Just put it on record. I'm here, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Yes, Honourable van der
Yeah,
Merwe.
to the left. May I just then put it on record that the IFP finds it quite disgusting that when we are debating an urgent matter of national importance that faces this country and directly impacts on the youth of this country, that this is the turnout we're getting from the ruling party. This is an issue that the IFP has brought to the table. It's a very important issue. We've got young people in the gallery. And if this is a turnout of the ruling party, then I must record my disgust, Speaker.
Order, Madam Chair.
Order, Honourable members.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament from all parties are streaming into the House as we speak. Yes, one. They are streaming into the House. There are members coming into the House because indeed, they are own members. Members of the DA, they are coming in. Members of the EFF are coming in. Precisely because
Speaker.
we take this debate serious.
No.
Order,
and therefore,
honourable members, can we settle down, please?
Speaker.
Can we
Speaker, on a
settle?
point of order.
What's the point of order?
The House sits at 2 o'clock. We are leaders and we need to be punctual. So there's no excuse for people trickling in 15 or 20 minutes later. The House is scheduled to meet to discuss this topic at 2 o'clock.
Order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Who's calling?
Yeah.
Where?
Madam Chair. I'm here. I also want to check, Madam Chair, with you. How many members of the IFP were here? She's only one, but she's an order. She's sitting down the front. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaker.
Honourable members.
My caucus is here. There.
Honourable members,
4,
can
5,
we please settle down so we can start with the business of this afternoon? The first item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Honourable M. Hlengwa of the IFP on student fees crisis in South Africa. I now recognize Honourable Hlengwa.
Honourable Speaker, at the outset, I wish to express my gratitude to the Honourable Speaker for acceding to my request to schedule this urgent matter of national public importance on the fees crisis in South Africa in terms of Rule 130 of the National Assembly, and to the Programming Committee and the Chief Whips Forum. Thank you very much. Almost 10 months ago, the Fees Must Fall movement gained its momentum and swept throughout the country with genuine concern that higher education has become a commercialized right, inching closer and closer to becoming the preserve of the rich and the wealthy, and the demand of the students was very clear: fees must fall. This matter is not being dealt with by the Presidency, the Departments of Higher Education and Training and Finance. Despite assurances and continued rhetoric, nothing further has transpired on the issue for the last 10 months, and it remains without a satisfactory resolution. Number two, as a direct result thereof, we are currently witnessing an escalating frustration and dissatisfaction among students at various campuses around South Africa, with certain campuses currently having to be shut down and others now literally burning. Three, student movements across the spectrum are becoming restless and angry at the non-response by the Presidency, the Departments of Higher Education and Training and Finance, and if the situation is allowed to continue, it may well spiral out of control and jeopardize yet another year of higher education in our country. Four, prevention is always better than cure. It is the submission of the IFP that this Parliament, and in particular the National Assembly, must step in and assist in mediating and bringing resolve to this impending crisis before it reignites in our country's institutions, tertiary institutions around the country. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we must now confront the reality that in a desperate attempt to alleviate and allay the anxieties of students, a 0% fee increment was proposed. This knee-jerk reaction by the government was done in the absence of a clear plan and set into motion a legitimate expectation that fees are on course to being abolished. and this has not materialized, and as a result, the fires have been relit, universities are regrettably once more burning. A wrong precedent was set, and once again, the chickens have come home to roost. In condemning the violence and the destruction to property, we must take the time to hear the voices of the students. Honorable Speaker, the Fees Commission is a compromised exercise, and its objectives are questionable because it was not set up to legitimately adjudicate the fees question, but rather it is a sorry attempt to dupe students into believing that something is being done, and by doing so, take the steam out of the fees must fall movement. It is common cause that free education is possible and most importantly, necessary. The issue therefore before us now is how do we implement free education? Honorable Speaker, allow me to also stress that the rhetoric that we have been fed that NSFAS is free education is not true. NSFAS is not free education. We must also point out that NFAS is poorly and corruptly managed and in many respects has been a major letdown for the poor. That's where the overhaul must begin, and therefore the following is being proposed. That one, the parliamentary BLLL processes scheduled to commence in the next term must focus on redirecting funds to higher education and reducing spending in departmental programs across the board which are not geared towards service delivery. Two, the operations of NSFAS must remain decentralized and be given the full capacity to function at the various institutions with improved turnaround time on the assessment of applications, approval, and payment to beneficiaries. Three, all NSFAS applications must contain the unabridged birth certificates of applicants, and verification from Home Affairs must be sought through the designated unit to eliminate fraudulent applicants from accessing NSFAS funds. 4, a unit must be established in the Department of Social Development to prioritize recipients of child support grants to access NSFAS as part of the child support program. 5, SARS must track parents of NSFAS recipients to ensure that wealthy income earners are not bypassing the system through fraud and deliberate omission. And that 6, a full audit is done to assess whether the costs involved in higher education are justified. Are the prices being charged by institutions reasonable and competitive? Honorable Speaker, funds must follow functions and not individuals. And more specifically in this regard, not students. This means a new funding model, paying more emphasis, which must be placed on the capacity of institutions to handle a predetermined number of students who, even if they fail, will not result in wasteful and fruitless expenditure, and debt will not be accumulated as a burden on the student. Honorable Speaker, in appreciating the time you have allotted to this debate, I am mindful that we cannot possibly exhaust all the issues or explore all the solutions today. But the duty and responsibility rests on this House to carry on its shoulders the aspirations of the youth of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, therefore, in the coming days, I'll be moving in that this House establishes in terms of Rule 253 an ad hoc committee to look at all the issues related to the fees crisis and determine concrete solutions thereof. It is my firm belief that Parliament must take its rightful place as the representative of the people and deal with this matter once and for all. And in truth, in the final analysis, we have to have the political conviction as this House and as South Africa to say whether free education is possible or not, and take appropriate actions to respond positively to whatever conclusion we will reach. I would like to make a direct appeal to all students to desist from burning and destructing property. Let us rather burn and destruct the fees and not the very institutions which are aimed at empowering us as young people of this country. Honorable Speaker, in this very House, in a question session last year, when I put it to the Deputy President that the 0% fee increment was a knee-jerk reaction, the Deputy President smiled and said, no, It's not a knee-jerk reaction. We love the students. Unfortunately, love is not going to sort out the problems that you are faced with today. We need real political will and political conviction for us to step up and be able to deal with this problem. Either we shape up or we ship out, but we cannot continue on this trajectory of empty rhetoric and a zero, mindset, 0% mindset of us actually addressing this issue. We must be able to assess whether the loans which students are taking out year in and year out because of the shortcomings of NSFAS are actually fair to them. We have students who have to go out and look for jobs as waiters and waitresses, studying at late hours of the night, working in the afternoon, and attending. That cannot possibly be a conducive environment for success if we are serious about taking education forward. So across the length and breadth of our country, we're engulfed by desperation, which is on an unprecedented level, because the promises which were made in 1994 that education will be free have not materialized. We must do some soul-searching as this House, and in particular the governing party, where they've been honest to the promises they made to our people, and for them to have the honesty and decency to say where they have failed. Because you cannot make promises in a vacuum. Promises speak to the collective plight of our people, and they elect us to this House, whether in government and opposition benches, on the basis of what we have promised them. So I hope that we can be constructive today, and Honourable Speaker, once more, take the time to say thank you very much. But in the final analysis, fees must fall. I thank you.
The Honourable September.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Indeed, Honourable Speaker, the current violence that we have experienced at many of our institutions must be condemned in the strongest term. This violence erodes the ability for us to continue to have the ability to seek a negotiated settlement on many aspects, as well as it erodes the ability of us to always have settlements through dialogue that we can bring about in South Africa. It must be noted, Honourable Speaker, that 6 months after the first democratically elected government in this country, President Nelson Mandela issued a proclamation appointing a National Commission on Higher Education, and he did so to preserve what is valuable, and he did so also to address what is defective and that which required transformation too. In 2000, a scientist from Norway called Johan Olsen contributed to this debate, and the importance of that debate was to bring about a discussion about modernization of higher education that can become relevant to the debate in South Africa also. He significantly argued that the pact between society and higher education had become problematic in that support on different fronts indeed have declined. In South Africa, higher education in 2016 is in many ways profoundly different from the fragmented education that we have, from the insular that we have, from the elite kind of education we have, and indeed the uneven apartheid inheritance that we received as an ANC government. Today, much has been achieved. Whilst the legacy of the past in some instances are still being shaped, and the influence in some instances remains extremely undesirable, much has been achieved in relation to the fact that we now have 1 million students that we find in our public institutions. A significant increase has been made from 1994, an increase even in the demographics that we now have in our institution. This indeed, honourable members, is a great achievement we have made as South Africa. Honourable Speaker, growth in student enrollment must now commensurate with the kind of growth in academic staff complements, as well as growth that we now require in excellence through a revised curriculum. The role the ANC has and continues to play is in taking care of making sure that public interest in higher education, and indeed remains one of the major funders, if not in many instances the sole funder in higher education. What we do have is large amount of funds that come through the private sector, through things such as research that are being done, and through donations and investments. Clearly, this is an imbalance. As the debate and hearings, which we must support and not condemn, honourable members, are being undertaken in South Africa at the moment, we continue this debate, and submissions must be made, and the role of all stakeholders in society is important to go and make a contribution in furthering higher education in South Africa. We must take care that we bring a center stage without implying that, the state does not have a diminishing role in all of this. In South Africa, we continue to have very many voices. They are from the student ranks, the organizations, worker representation, business community professionals, indeed government and parliament. What is quite clear at this juncture is the fact that social demands with respect to higher education are intensifying. Indeed, as the ANC, we continue to state the correctness of the Freedom Charter that says that the doors of learning and culture must be open, and in doing so, the increased access and participation for all, but especially the poor, must remain cardinal in our entire endeavour to improve higher education. But, Honourable Speaker, worldwide research shows that the higher numbers of students are enrolling, but a decline in public investments in real terms. The correctness of the ANC policy, for example, to ask that NSFAS must play a leading role in bringing about a change in the kind of dispensation that we have, is a correct one, and this will contribute, and this will make a major contribution to what we require. What we should understand, honourable members, is that we cannot have the higher education escape addressing to the societal contestation of race, of gender, of ethnicity and diversity. As we map a path towards a stable dispensation, a sustainable financing model is worth noting that substantial resistance has been received and continues to be received, we will be hearing very soon, to the kind of transformation that this government has made, with vested academic and institutional interests leading the charge. If we look at the reports that came from the educational councils, they speak to the sector's cohesion is still challenged by levels of inequality for students and differential quality of education, and in the training sector indeed. Some institutions are attempting to reach to international rankings, while others are still at the level of either in administration or coming out of them. We are reminded that the first decade of post-apartheid dealt with integration of funding from diversity that the ANC has inherited to a situation of dealing with shared costs between government and students to achieve modernization, to allowing now for redress of previously disadvantaged institutions. Honourable Speaker, higher education system indeed remains under pressure to find a sustainable,
September, your time has
model.
expired.
I thank you.
The Honourable Pozzoli.
Honourable Speaker, everybody now agrees that the government has messed up on the funding of higher education. Even Minister Nzimande, who I notice hasn't bothered to pitch up to this debate, acknowledged to our committee recently that it had been a mistake to expand the system so rapidly without sufficient funding. So now everybody agrees, what next? We estimate that the system at present only receives half the funding it really needs. So we have 1 million students crammed into 26 underfunded universities, half of whom never complete their degrees, and most of whom can't afford to pay the fees which the universities need to close the gap. How cruel this system is to lift the hopes and dreams of the 1 million students while making it so difficult for them ever to be attained. So who should pay the missing funds? Well, it's obvious from what we see all around us that the students cannot pay what we're missing in higher education. The private sector can and should assist, but it is unlikely that they will do so at the scale required, which is in the billions. We know now that the universities can't pay. We are already seeing them going into deficit. That leaves only one candidate, the government. President Zuma's hapless outfit of losers and dubious characters, in fact, must pay. It is a hard truth, but there it is. Only the state can afford to provide the core funding for a quality higher education system. Why is this so hard to accept? We accept that schooling must be state-funded, and we continue to fund schooling generously, in spite of its severe weaknesses and its massive dropout rates. But when it comes to higher education, the Treasury doors are closed. Increases are at or below inflation, real costs are not taken into account, expansion is done on a shoestring, ever greater burdens are placed upon the system without money to pay for them, and the very notion of higher education is derided. Our president sneers at what he calls clever blacks. Graduates are told that they have wasted or useless degrees. The myth persists that graduate unemployment is very high, whereas in fact it's only 5%, and so on. We indulge this anti-intellectualism at our peril. It shows we are not serious. It reveals us to be a small-minded society without a real vision for a developed future. We sneer at the system that produces our doctors, nurses, teachers, accountants, engineers, scientists, artists, poets, writers, musicians, historians, and economists. How immature we are as a society to do this to such a precious resource. And let's turn to the future. If further, sustained and adequate funding is not invested by the state in higher education, our universities face a miserable future. Here's how things will unfold. The first thing to go will be the infrastructure. It's the obvious candidate for the first round of cuts. Universities are already cutting down on maintenance. New projects will be put on hold, and physical decay will start to set in. Student accommodation will deteriorate and fail to expand. Lecture facilities will become shabby. Laboratories and research facilities will become dated. Libraries and electronic subscriptions will become under-resourced and old, and IT systems will stagnate. The second thing to go will be the top academics. Many of them are already, and I know this for a fact, looking for jobs elsewhere, as they see the system's future looking increasingly unstable. The top academics are internationally mobile and will quickly find jobs elsewhere. There are more Nigerian academics in the US than there are in Nigeria. We don't want this to happen to us. The third thing to go will be the top administrators. Universities are vast enterprises with budgets in the billions. But who wants to lead and manage a sinking ship? We will see the university management increasingly becoming the domain, in fact it is already in some cases, of failed government bureaucrats, with little experience of actual academic life and a low level of commitment to the idea of a university at all. Over time, classes will get even bigger as staff are cut. Retrenchment packages are being offered as we speak. They are usually taken by the best and most mobile staff, leaving the more mediocre to do all the teaching in ever larger and more unwieldy classes than those which already plague the system. Then the top students will start exiting the system. This too has already begun. Yale, Harvard, Oxford and Cambridge and the top Australian universities are already recruiting among our matric students and offering them full scholarships. Others will go to private local colleges where they can. The fee-paying students have options, and they will be the first to exercise them, and this will leave even less income available to universities. As the fees base shrinks, the vicious downward spiral will speed up. With income down, classes growing, top academics and students leaving, and infrastructure shabby and dated. That is our future. This is what people mean when they say our universities will simply become colleges. places where mediocre undergraduate degrees are taught by mediocre staff, mainly to those who have no other options, where postgraduate study is increasingly difficult to sustain, and where research cannot seriously be undertaken because infrastructure and quality staff and students are just not available. This situation could arise quite quickly now, because it has invisibly been developing over 20 years. The downward spiral began long ago, and it won't take many more years for it to unravel. We are privileged to have universities that compete with the top 2% in the world. This is a great achievement for a middle-income country. There are many areas of excellence that we can be extremely proud of. Do we throw all this away now? I would argue that we are on the brink of doing so. While SAA has lost 11 billion in the past 2 years alone and is continually and irrationally bailed out, 1 million students and 26 struggling institutions remain underfunded and subjected at the most to unsatisfactory short-term solutions. They remain at the mercy of the state, which seems to believe that this crisis will somehow go away, and our minister's absence, I think, indicates the casualness with which he takes it. President Zuma and his floundering, bickering, anti-intellectual government has abandoned our precious higher education system, our national assets. We call upon the President to find sufficient long-term funding, to stabilize our universities and to find that funding fast. Thank you.
The Honorable the Honorable Mateis, and this is Honorable Mateis's maiden speech.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, a government that loves its youth provides means to educate it. And this is not the case with the current government. We are on our own. Students, you are on your own. Students who are protesting currently all over the country are not doing so for private jets. They're not doing so for castles like the ones we built for Mr. Zuma. No, they are protesting for something very basic so they can access good quality free education. The fact that students have even resolved to these protests is proof that we have a government that has no interest in building an educated nation. And the genesis of this current higher education crisis can be traced back to policy decisions made by the ANC as soon as they took power in 1994. Despite numerous conference resolutions of the ANC, which were unequivocal about the critical importance of free education in creating a society based on values of equality and prosperity, we still have an education system that is not representative and which excludes students because they are poor and because their parents are unemployed. And it doesn't apply to you students there at the back, obviously. Currently, levels of public spending on universities sit at around 0.08% of the gross domestic product, which is a low by global standards. And only 5% of South African families can comfortably afford to pay university fees for their children. This means that without strong intervention and decisive intervention by the state, by the ANC government, to ensure access to higher education, the majority of bright black people will never have their dreams of accessing university education realized. Currently, there are about 800,000 undergraduate university students, and that's at a cost of an average of 120,000 per student per year. At this current cost, this would mean that we need at least 86 billion per year to fund higher education. And with proper prioritizing by a government, when they stop looting and all the dodgy things that they do, this government can easily get the money and put an end to the crisis of education here in South Africa, where we don't have our students being raped and murdered just because they're protesting for education. However, there is no hope for the ANC, and it is a waste of time to expect the ANC to implement free education for all right now, because they haven't done it, and it's already 22 years later. And that youth desk of the ANC has just been opportunist by writing to Blade asking him to implement free education right now. So to stabilize our institutions of higher learning, we need to do the following things immediately. Number one, legislate now that education will be free for the first degree. And this commission that Mr. Zuma keeps setting up and all those commissions are not going to help. We know what needs to be done. Can we just do it already? Number two, we need to decolonize curriculum and ensure that all our universities teach African-centered literature for the emancipation of black people.
Who's calling me?
It's a point of order that I wish to raise. The member referred to Minister Nzimande as Blade.
Oh, Minister
so I suggest
Blade.
it gets withdrawn.
Honorable Zimande or Minister
Minister, yes.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to go back now. Number two, we need to decolonize the curriculum and ensure that all our universities teach African-centered literature for the emancipation of African people. Then we won't have young girls at the age of 13 protesting about hair. Number three, stop with immediate effect the suspension and expulsion of student activists and university-sponsored violence against students. And only the EFF has a very clear vision on what an educated nation should look like. Under an EFF government, the capacity of higher education institutions will be expanded to include many students who cannot currently be accepted into higher institutions. All this tender corruption that happens would stop immediately, and that money will be redirected to higher education, and there will be no harassment of students at universities. We want to put it on record that we are absolutely appalled by the conduct of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the police who have not paid attention to the allegations of rape by policemen of students while they were protesting for free and quality education. And we call on all universities to be pragmatic in the manner in which they handle protests, so they must not fuel the anger that's already at a tipping point amongst our students because they are stigmatized and they are excluded. The final solution, however, is the introduction of free quality education, and this is a feasible goal, but it is not achievable, obviously, by the ANC government. Thank you.
Honorable Kubisa.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. The National Freedom Party believes that the ideal of free quality education in our country is indeed a possibility, and that can be attained. We are also aware that there is indeed a crisis in our education. The state and the universities are under siege, and we're facing huge challenges in our education system. We're really under siege. We're facing huge challenges. We also understand as National Freedom Party that the students' demands are genuine, their concerns are genuine. There must be free quality education from basic education to university in our country. But of course, on the other side of the coin, we say as National Freedom Party, the banning of the infrastructure, libraries, laboratories, lecture halls is unwarranted. The manhandling of the management, the beating of students, harassment of students is unwarranted and must be done away with. Perhaps also we need to be honest as the National Freedom Party, because we are talking education, that some of the challenges we inherited are from the apartheid regime. We did inherit a system that was fragmented. Transformation had to take a chunk of its time. Transformation of senates, councils, student societies, etc. And there is also a need to transform statutes even at the moment. That we cannot close an eye on. We say we inherited these challenges because most of the universities were referred to as the Bush colleges, and that is the system that we inherited. But of course, it seems that we had to sink in the euphoria of liberation rather than going straight into reality, ensuring that the state takes charge of education in our country, because education is the responsibility of state. So when Cuba, for instance, got its freedom, the democratic state of Cuba prioritized good quality education. So the state came up with good policy priorities to deal with the state of education from early childhood right up to tertiary institutions, and that included vocational education. Another thing that Cuba did, besides ensuring that education was free and of good quality, was to ensure that there was a good working relationship between schools, tertiary institutions, and also the workplace, where students to be involved in practicum on a daily basis, and to ensure again that the student was in class, the student was taught, and the student did some work. And Cuba also ensured that they took into universities those students that were able to perform without doing away with the policy of massification of education. An 8-member panel that was set up at Wits University to report to the Presidential Commission shared a belief that the government needs to play an important role in higher education funding due to the clear social justice obligations and the need to signal that it views higher education as a priority in South Africa's social and economic and upliftment by, at a minimum, reversing the subsidy declines. The National Freedom Party believes that the state, business, civil society need to assist tertiary institutions to deal with the fees crisis. And we say as the NFP, we must move closer to an ideal of free education in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Siwela.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy President, honorable members, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Speaker, the debate takes place at a time when higher education sector is in financial distress, plunging it into deep crisis that often results in violent student protests that culminate in the destruction of property. This act of destroying property should be condemned by this House as well as the people at large. The ANC understands the significant role the higher education and training sector has to play in building a developmental state, guiding economic development, capacitating its human potential, and enabling people to be their own liberators. The call for free education is not new. This was underpinned by the Freedom Charter when the people that met said the doors of learning and culture shall be open. This was a call for education for all, for efficient and effective institutional structures of education, for schools to be centers of community life, and for sustainable, safe, and healthy environments for learning while ensuring the highest quality of education is provided. In principle, the Freedom Charter imagines a future South Africa where education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all children, where higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of state allowances and scholarships awarded on the basis of merit that is a literate and learning society. The ANC's 52nd conference and later in its 52nd conference and later as reiterated in the 53rd resolved that there shall be free education for the poor, not for all, and that this need to be progressively introduced. Consequently, the Department of Higher Education and Training committed itself to progressively introducing free quality education for the poor in South Africa as it is feasible, though this requires additional funding. To this effect, a commission of inquiry into higher education and training was established earlier this year with the mandate of investigating the feasibility of making higher education and training fee-free. Earlier this week, the public hearings were hosted over 2 days here in Cape Town. This process is ongoing. One of the biggest lessons in post-colonial experiences is that free education in a society with deep social and, more importantly, economic disparities has entrenched gross inequalities. This was an unintended consequence as it reproduced and reinforced colonial and post-colonial imbalances. This was so because in countries like Mozambique and Kenya, had an uneven distribution of schools that provided a quality education, low participation rates, and transition between primary and secondary school phases. Whereas a large amount of university students came from the best resource schools in Kenya and entered into free public education institutions in often prestigious programs. The cost of higher education in low economic growth in the face of increasing expensive university fees leads to underfunding and the deterioration of systems and quality. Outside the cost of higher education, with increased access into the sector, more resources are required for free education to prevail. The rationale and model on funding institutions requires serious attention. This is to ensure that there is a system in place that transforms this sector in a manner that redresses imbalances. The funding model has to address funding student tuition and related needs with enhancing the capacity of institutions. A number of countries that once offered free higher education today exhibit a cost-sharing model with a mix of public-private financing. Moving forward, experience informs us that the maintenance and upgrading and expansion of technical vocational education and training and community colleges is important for not
On a point of order, Speaker.
For not
What's the
easing
point
pressure.
of order, Honourable Member?
On a point of order.
What's the point of order?
I'm rising on Rule 83, Speaker. A member may not read a speech. Can you please rule on that, Speaker?
Honourable Member, as you know, in fact, honourable members read their speeches. Go ahead, honourable member, finish your speech.
Okay, thank you. Free education that is built on an unequal social and economic structures ends up reproducing the very system it aims to transform. As governments consider free education for poor, issues to consider include the following.
Honourable member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honourable Macheke.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and honourable members. The current student fees debacle is symptomatic of the unguided social dynamics at work, where interest groups fight to escape the cost of the fiscal adjustment. We condemn destruction of buildings at institutions of higher education. At the peak of all this is leadership that lacks anticipation, manifested by a reactionary approach than proactive nature of government priorities, and is threatening the stability of the education system. We are in the social transformation revolution in which the education system is a platform for preparing a thoroughgoing transformation of society in favor of the poor majority. Education systems are, after all, a significant and dominant feature of evolution and transformation of societies. It is a known fact that young people bear the brunt of all inherent social ills when transformation is aborted. In 2014, Statistics South Africa reported that the unemployment rate of blacks stood at 43%, and youth unemployment was higher than 36.1%, compared to the national unemployment rate of 25.2% at the time. Surely these figures have not decreased to date. Education is key to development and education is key to developing a transformed and prosperous nation. Yet our young people are facing challenges of funding in institutions of higher learning. Although the very design of the higher education system is exclusive, they continue to hold to the faith and belief that education is a panacea for upward social change. Government has a responsibility to lead in breaking the back of the colonial apartheid legacy confronting our system of higher education. In this regard, the government must work hard with other stakeholders, do everything possible to reduce the burden of social ills, improve chances of upward social mobility, and ensure that an equal higher education system is realized. Further, government must address the inefficiencies and graft in the public sector in order to ensure that the unavailable revenue is found and invested into students' fees in a comprehensive funding model. Also, the private sector funding must be channeled through this comprehensive funding model as part of efforts to address the crisis of student fees. Certainly, the current student fees crisis can be successfully addressed if a multifaceted approach in which government, private sector, institutions of higher learning and civil society's revenues can be harnessed towards the well-being and sustainability of the higher education sector. And lastly, we believe that the state must do more to ensure free quality education, in particular for the most impoverished students. I thank you.
The Honorable Mulder.
Speaker, tertiary education is very important if we really believe in developing South Africa and as a nation wants to stay competitive in the world. Yet, government over the last decade decreased the subsidy paid annually to universities by 1.35% annually, about from 50% of their budget to 40% in the last 10 years. Now, at the same time, to compensate for that, the student fees increased on average by 7%. Of course, this created a problem. Well, the students first blamed the university vice-chancellors, and they marched to their offices. Then they blamed the white capital and look at the stock exchange. Then they blamed new colonialism, and then finally discovered the real authors of the problem, the ANC government. Then they correctly marched to Luthuli House and to Parliament. Now, sir, mismanagement of government finances and misguided priorities rather than lack of resources are the main problems. Maar die regering wat my betref het twee foute gemaak in hulle regering. Eerstens is dit onverantwoordelik om verwagtinge te skep van gratis onderwys as dit nie prakties moontlik is nie. Mistake of creating expectations. At the ANC's Polokwane conference in 2007, the party resolved to progressively introduce free education for poor. At Mangaung conference in 2012, it resolved that the policy for free higher education would be finalized for adoption before the end of 2013. In its recent submission to the Fees Commission, the Treasury said a 0% increase in 2017 was not budgeted for and was unaffordable given the economic climate. So surely from this I must deduct that the political will to implement a progressively policy for free education and that the ANC factions was never really there to do that. And it seems the factions are now attempting to make Minister Nzimande the fall guy for their failures. Maar wat is die tweede fout? Die tweede fout blyk dat geweld as 'n metode om jou sin te kry deur die regering beloon word en nie gestraf word nie. Verlede jaar het die agbare minister en die fisiekanseliers 'n skikking bereik, 'n aanvanklike skikking. Toe studente nie daarmee tevrede is nie, toe begin hulle met gewelddadige protes. Geboue, auditoriums, biblioteke word afgebrand. Nadat hulle dit gedoen het, word hulle nie gestraf nie, maar beloon. Die president kondig aan dat hulle het gewen, geen persent, 0% verhoging. Geweld as metode dus word beloon. Natuurlik gaan hulle vanjaar presies dieselfde doen wat dit dan laas keer gewerk. So the Freedom Front believes that free or affordable education for those who are deserving but have no means must be possible. But it would be a mistake to introduce free tertiary education without any contribution from students. Die antwoord is 'n kombinasie van NIFSA's beurse en lenings vir studente wat nie oor die middele beskik nie. Gewone beurse en lenings vir die studente wat hulle in die middel bevind, groter subsidie van die staat en billike fooie vir studente wat dit kan betaal. En dan natuurlik verantwoordelike studente wat nie geweld gebruik nie. As jy na Wits gaan kyk, sal jy sien daar's 33,000 studente, waarvan 22,000 reeds beurse ontvang. Dis 66%, 5,000 was selfversorgend en 5,000 was die missing middel. Ons kan 'n kombinasie kry om die probleem op te los op hierdie manier, maar dan kort ons verantwoordelikheid van alle maniere en nie die skade wat nou aangaan nie. Ek dank u.
The Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, following the senseless destruction of a UKZN law library, Jay Naidu, a former ANC Alliance leader and human rights activist, stated that whilst he condemned the burning of books under any circumstance, what had happened at UKZN was a symptom of a failure in leadership in South Africa. You see, instead of leading and taking decisive decisions and taking responsibility, the President and the ANC hide behind the skirt of yet another commission, whilst the unaffordability of tertiary education fester in society and on our campuses. What is required is bold and decisive leadership. What is required is bold political decisions. The decision to be made is political. What is clear is that there is a lack of political will within the ruling party. It is also clear that the fees crisis is now being used and abused immorally and unethically for narrow intra-ruling party factional politicking. The fees crisis is being used as a weapon in the war that is cannibalizing the ANC alliance as former comrades turn on one another in a fight to death. Instead of collectively finding a solution within cabinet, it is apparent that President Zuma and his cabal have hospital passed the fees debacle and the responsibility to resolve it to Minister Nzimande and Gordon, no doubt to be used as a stick to admonish them in the ANC's factional battle. We're debating a matter of national importance, and I'm asking myself, where is the minister? So whilst Rome and our institutions of higher education burn, President Zuma and his band of thuggish minions fiddle, playing an intra-party brinkmanship game of factional survivor. It's immoral. The bottom line is simple: free education for the poor and the missing middle class is legitimate demand, but to fulfill it, universities must receive sufficient support from the state. At the ANC's 2007 Polokwane conference, and again at its 2012 Mangaung conference, it resolved that the policy for free higher education to all undergraduate students would be finalized by the end of 2013. What has happened? State funding for higher education decreased in real terms. I'm running out of time. The truth is that the ANC never had the requisite political will to implement free education to our students. I want to say, do not burn your future. Remember these wise words. The pen is mightier than the sword. I thank you.
The Honourable Dudley.
Honourable Speaker, just your indulgence before Honourable Dudley speaks, please.
Yes.
The Minister is indeed on duty, and there is an acting minister in the form of Honorable Naledi Pandor in the Department of Higher Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chief. Please proceed, Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACDP is saddened and disappointed at the torching of the law library at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and calls on Higher Education Minister Maiden Nzimande to respond by demonstrating that these actions will have serious consequences while engaging with students in general on issues of concern. The ACDP recognizes that this debate takes place at a time when student leaders have threatened to shut down universities if there are fee increases. Others, like the outgoing Vice-Chancellor of the University of the Free State, Jonathan Jansen, are saying another 0% fee increase, regardless of politics, will destroy our universities. The financial director of the University of the Western Cape has also said that UWC does not have the necessary reserves to sustain itself for an extended period, having lost 56 million rand in income per annum due to the situations faced in 2015. Janssen's warning that you can build up a good university over 100 years, but you can destroy one in 3 months, rings so true. Education institutions make no money. They are expensive to run and must be funded adequately to be even mediocre, let alone top rate. Attending university, of course, is an expensive undertaking, between 20 to 30,000 rand for each year of undergraduate study at a local university, and specialized or professional degrees such as medicine and engineering can cost much more. In encouraging young people to follow their dreams, an emphasis on the work and sacrifices involved is necessary, or unrealistic expectations will be created. Worldwide, parents generally can't afford to pay for all their children to study. And in South Africa, we're no different. Some school leavers, due to circumstances, must find opportunities in the job market and study in line with career advancement requirements as they earn. The ACDP appeals to government to take action and to ensure adequate funding for the continuation of our institutions. We cannot afford such a tragic loss to our nation. Young people who have worked hard and earned the opportunity, regardless of their lack of means, must have full government funding for tertiary education, and students who are not academically inclined must be offered registration at institutions that will develop their talents and channel them into suitable, well-paid employment or entrepreneurial business rather than university. Lastly, the ACDP calls on student leaders to count the cost of their actions and choose means of protest which will not disadvantage present and future generations of young people who have the aptitude and the attitude to succeed in their university studies. Forcing the closure and eradication of universities is not going to address money challenges faced by students and their families. Thank you.
The Honourable Nkadimeng.
Mohlomphegi modulasetulo, matona ka moka le batlatši ba bona, maloko a hlomphegago, baeng ba rena, dumelang. Ke rata go tšweletša taba ye ka bokgwari ke re, mmušo o etileng pele ke ANC o kodumetse gomme o dirile seboka go netefatša gore baithuti ga go le bana ba thari ye ntsho bao ba ilego ba kgethollwa ka mmušo wa kgethologanyo ba humana thuto ya godimo. Re a leboga ANC. ANC noted in its 1994 policy framework for education and training that the education and training system under the ANC government must be developed in an integrated way in order to develop an education and training system which is characterized by the learning of a broad range of knowledge, skills, and competencies. The 50th National Conference of the ANC in 1997 asserted that the development of human resource will be pursued through cooperation between the state departments and the private sector in targeting, developing, and finding training programs. A skills framework was developed stemming from its conference. The principles that guide transformation in higher education are contained largely in the 1997 White Paper, a program for higher education transformation, also known as White Paper 3, and the 2013 White Paper on Post-School Education and Training. These principles include building a higher education system that caters for the previously disadvantaged groups, expanding access to higher education, and is responsive to, amongst other things, the needs of society and the economy. The funding framework for higher education and training framework is, amongst other financial means, made up of block grant subsidy and a range of earmarked grant, including NFSAS. The latter grants are perceived as a significant instrument to address transforming imperatives in the higher education and training sector. These funds are ring-fenced and must be used for their intended purposes. This purpose includes, number one, improving access. NFSAS plays an important role here to enable poor students to access higher education. Two, improving student success. Foundation provisioning grant, teaching development grant, and the clinical training grant.
Speaker.
Three, the development of academics.
Speaker, I'm standing on Rule 68. Rule 68 says the presiding officer may order a member addressing the House to stop speaking if the member, despite warnings from the chair, persists on irrelevant. Now, this debate we are debating here is about fees, not failed government programs that have not worked. So can we have a debate on what the government is doing about the fees crisis, not about failed government programs? Thank you, Chair.
Please, Honourable Mates, allow Honourable Nkadimeng to proceed with her input Go on, Honorable Member.
4, Madam Speaker, well-founded infrastructure, including student housing. 5, developing the historically developing institution, the HDI development grant. At the onset of democracy in 1994, the country's higher education system was characterized by several deficiencies identified in the report of the National Commission of Higher Education, as including a chronic mismatch between higher education outputs and the needs of modernizing economy. Some of the achievements made in ensuring that the funding framework contributes to the skill base of economy includes substantial progress on skill planning, labor market skill intelligence system, a career development system, and the integration of the post-school education and training system. This will allow efficient distribution of skill development resources. It must also be noted, Chairperson, that the National Skills Fund makes annual allocations with the purpose of funding the full cost of study towards critical skills programs most needed for the growth and development of the economy. The key objective is to improve access, success, and employment of poor and missing middle students as they enter progress through and exit higher education institution. The model seeks to give effect to the constitutional requirement.
Yes, Honorable excuse me, Honorable Nkadimeng. What's your point, Honorable Member?
I want to see if the Honorable Nkadimeng is willing to take a question.
You want to take a question, Honorable Nkadimeng?
When I'm finished.
Please go on.
Financial support, Madam Speaker, would include a combination of grants, bursaries, and loans regulated by various criteria, but with the guiding principle of reducing the financial burden on poor, means-tested households, and the promotion of skill production of occupations in high demands. The loans grants ratio will increase as the household's income increases up to determined middle income threshold. The creation
Honorable
of...
Nkadimeng, I regret your time has expired.
Thank
Honorable
you, Madam
Jaisa.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The student fees crisis is going very far. It is a matter of great concern. Free education is what was promised, and the government of the day has to adhere to that promise. However, it cannot be no fees for all. That is the reality. It must be free education for the poor. Those who can afford must pay for their children, because South Africa is still underdeveloped, and the country and the economy of the country is not conducive for blanket free education. The rich must pay for their children.
Honorable
We want
Speaker.
every citizen of this
Honorable
country to
Speaker.
receive good education.
Honorable Speaker.
What's the point, Honorable Mbata? What are you rising on? Honorable Jaisa, can you just
Honorable
hold on?
Speaker, with due respect, I was wondering if the member on the podium is willing to take a question. You look like a party fighting for borders. Now, do you know anything about higher
Jaisa,
education?
Are you willing to take a question, Honorable Jaisa?
You specialize on borders.
I'm not.
I didn't hear your answer, Honorable Jaisa.
What is your answer?
No, I'm not prepared, Honorable Speaker. I'm not.
Okay. Please proceed.
There is a difference between zero fee increase and free education. What students want is free education. That is, nothing should be paid for. As a promise, rather as a compromise, let those who can afford to pay, and the poor should be paid for the government, as I said before. The issue of zero fees increase should no longer be the subject for discussion now. It was supposed to have been put aside long ago. Tertiary institutions should not increase fees. We are very much worried about the burning and destruction of property by the students. This is very much unbecoming on the part of them, and we condemn this behavior as AIC. Students should not do what was done during apartheid regime. It was good then, but now it is no longer good. We are moving with the times. Where from are we going to get money to put up buildings that have been demolished and the property that has been destroyed? It means that the money that is being saved for free education will be used for fixing up and buying the demolished structures and the burned property. The students and citizens of this country must own what belongs to the government, as the government is theirs. The government in general and the department in particular must shape up. These commissions of inquiry do not always produce positive results. The very commission that is ongoing regarding the fees is regarded as a delaying tactic and a waste of time. What is clear is that there should be money for free education, and most of the tertiary institutions cannot afford. Therefore, the government must provide. Where's the money? The rich and companies must pay tax. Monies that are always allocated to the state-owned enterprises must be reduced, because these monies are always meant for the CEOs, and others are just misappropriated by the corrupt individuals. The money that could not be spent by the departments is always, as is always the case, must be kept so that it could be used for this free education. The Minister for Education perhaps can just go abroad and raise funds specifically for higher education. The countries and the people who can assist as good Samaritans are there in some
Honorable
countries.
Jaisa, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
The Honorable Kawama.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the feast must fall protest of 2015 were symptomatic of the unguided social dynamics at work when interest groups fought to escape the cost of the fiscal adjustment caused by the impact on government budget on the financial crisis and other factors threatening fiscal sustainability. No real anticipatory leadership has been forthcoming, a manifestation of the reactionary rather than proactive nature of government policies. The ratio between external and internal benefits from education increases as one moves from primary to tertiary education. This ostensibly the reason the post-1994 government prioritized primary and secondary education, even though the quality of education remained decidedly poor. But the low priority granted to higher education funding over the last decades means the university are now caught between a rock and a hard place. The 2 decades has seen the long decline in funding and massification of tertiary education. To maintain standard and high tuition fee were the only logical solution for university management, pushing the cost of tertiary education to historically unprecedented levels and leading students to object. It is more evident, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that the crisis of education, higher education, has a number of dimensions. There is an economic dimension. To begin with, South African education is inadequately funded by the state. The lack of funding can be assessed by a way of measuring the state's contribution is to consider the percentage of the gross domestic product that is allocated to higher education. The percentage increased between 2004 and 2005 and 2015 and 2016 from 0.68% to 0.72%, and from 9.8 billion to 30.3 billion. However, this level of funding is low in comparison with number of countries. In 2012, Brazil allocated 0.95% of GDP to higher education. Senegal and Ghana did 1.40%. Norway and Finland 2%, and Cuba 4.5%. If the state was to spend 1% GDP on higher education, this will amount to 41 billion, an additional 11 billion Secondly, the proportion of the budgets of universities have generally made up shortfalls in state funding through significantly increasing tuition fees, seeking third stream income and income from consultancies, research contracts, and short courses. While a concern was expressed about students where family incomes fall above the NSFAS threshold for support, but below the necessity threshold to obtain commercial loans, and category to be referred as the missing middle. The DHAT Green Paper recognized that an important challenge is finding resources to address those students. Also, an analysis on the private sector and international partners should be scrutinized in the following context. Was the idea of partnership with private sector and international partners a wishful thinking? Finally, the neoliberal ideas, whether embraced voluntarily or as a result of the coercive or disciplinary power of the financial institutions, have in different ways and to varying degrees impacted on economic and social policies, institutions, and practices.
Honorable
For one,
Kawama, your time has expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Kasim.
Honorable Speaker, let's get one thing clear. Fees have been rising at often double-digit increases precisely because state subsidies have been decreasing in real terms. You can't hide from that fact. If you decrease government funding to embarrassingly low levels, universities are forced to either increase their fees or go bust. And indeed, it is embarrassing. Whilst President Jacob Zuma describes education as an apex priority, the reality is that nobody has told him that higher education is also education. Government spend on higher education as a percentage of GDP is a measly 0.64% as per the latest figures, which is substantially less than what is spent on average on the African continent, and is in fact less than half than what is spent by countries such as Ghana and Senegal. Let that sink in for a second. The Honorable Kubisa came up here and spoke about Cuba. But if you examine how much Cuba spends as a percentage of its GDP, it is 4.5%. And this is precisely what we have been talking about for a number of years in terms of the prioritization of higher education within the fiscus. Funding per student has declined from 20,187 in 1994 to 16,764 in 2014. Take into account that the higher education price index is at least 2% higher than CPI, and you'll begin to understand why fees have been rising and poor students have been excluded en masse. The reason for gross underfunding is political. Our universities and students are suffering the consequences of an ANC that has changed irreversibly. The ANC of today lives off patronage and self-interest. Nuclear deals, new presidential jets, increased foreign missions for cadres, and free rein for cronies to share in the looting of state funds. This is the ANC of today, and this is precisely why we sit in the problem that we are. There is enough money to invest the necessary funds into higher education. In fact, with a well-run, corruption-free government, there is enough money for free higher education for the poor, with significant support for the missing middle. But this would mean that the ANC would have to do something that its current configuration would not allow it to do. It would mean cutting corruption, reprioritizing the agenda of government, and members of parliament actually doing what the Constitution demands of us, which is to hold the executive to account in the best interest of our constituents. History will judge this House and those of us entrusted with it. Members of parliament, particularly those of you from the ANC, face a difficult decision every day. Do you sit here to represent our people, or do you continue to reduce yourself to being Mr. Zuma's button pressers? You see, the Honorable Suela came up here and he spoke about the sector being in financial distress. In fact, Honorable Suela, with every budget and adjustment budget table before this House, which has condemned our students and our institutions, you and your colleagues in the ANC have pressed those buttons to approve those budgets without even bothering to read it, because that is what you have precisely reduced yourself to. On the 16th of May this year, the DA made budget-neutral proposals to the Appropriations Committee that would have seen at least an additional 2.731 billion rand appropriated to universities and poor students. Yet the ANC voted this down. You then all rocked up on the 18th of May, 2 days later, to press more buttons on behalf of President Zuma in approving yet another patronage budget, as you have done year in, year out. But you have one last chance to redeem yourselves, to stop your button-pressing shenanigans and serve your country, because history will judge you. A DA government would implement free higher education for the poor, but that is beyond your lot, and that is beyond the configuration of the ANC. The voters will vote it in 2019, but you do have a chance now to avert an immediate crisis. For our universities to survive, they need an increase of at least 8% in fees, which cannot be put onto the back of students. We as Parliament must make this money available. In the next 2 months, you will find yourselves again here to approve an adjustments appropriations bill. The buttons you press on that day will shape your legacies and the futures of our universities and students. Our universities are burning. Our students are being condemned. You have the power to intervene if only you are courageous enough to do so. You have but one chance to redeem yourself. Please don't waste it.
The Honorable Kekana.
Madam Speaker, honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The ANC is pinning its hopes, everything on the education for our people. The people who've been deprived, who've been impoverished by depriving them education in the past. And we're very serious as the ANC that this is the hope of the black nation to upgrade, to uplift, and to take themselves out of poverty. The Speaker said the President and the Minister are aware of the fees crisis and they are not dealing with it. The point is they are already dealing with it because there was a task team appointed of specialists who must look at this matter, and later it was upgraded into a commission of inquiry. And that is still busy dealing with free education matters, with fee increase matters, and all other financial matters that involve education. Now it is very important for us to realize that South Africa is developing in the same lines that developed countries have developed. The Western countries, if you look at whether there is free education anywhere in the world, especially taking developed countries, Western countries for a start. When, for example, Germany says there's free education in Germany, what they are referring to, they are paying free for tuition, residence accommodation, food, and books that parents has to take care of. And actually, the most expenses in South Africa at universities are at residential areas. Residential areas are even more expensive than tuition. So when developed countries say there's free education, they are actually just referring to tuition and not accommodation, not food, not books. And as a result, that is not total free education. And in fact, in Western countries, there is no free education. The only areas that we find free education was the Eastern Bloc, and actually today it is Cuba. It is Cuba that is covering education for all students. So socialist states are the only state that has offered real, true, free education. You can see there's already a complaint because some people don't want socialist states. And unfortunately, those are the systems that in practical terms has offered free education. NSFAS is reconstructing its funding module. We have realized that the present funding modules have problems. Problems of maladministration, problems of corruption, and as a result, we're going to reconstruct the model of funding students and come up with a new NSFAS model. That model will change the missing, that model will change for the better because the new model will make sure that funding goes to the right people that are deserving. Students who deserve funding because they are poor and they cannot afford and they qualify academically will be the only ones that will receive funding. And this new model, we are sure it will improve the situation at universities. Presently, NSFAS is spending, I've heard about this thing, somebody said, there must be a political will, there must be a decision, one said there must be courage. Look, presently NSFAS is spending 9 billion. It is spending 9 billion on funding of university education. And that 9 billion is meant to improve the situation of students who cannot afford to pay at university. Now, if anybody says there's no decision, there's no political will, and there is 9 billion just for bursaries, I don't know then what is political will. Ladies and gentlemen, I have hope that situation is going to improve in South Africa, simply because I know the political will is there. Resources might be in shortage because obviously we are not a socialist state, we're not controlling all resources. But the political will is there, and we're going to spend all that we have to make sure that the burning desire of poor students to go to university or tertiary education is made available.
Honorable Kekana, your time has expired.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. Let me at the outset raise the issue that our higher education system, despite a significant chunk of the national budget being consumed by education, remains acutely underfunded. This has somewhat created an uproar among students who have raised, amongst other things, that there shouldn't be fee hikes for the 2017 academic year, but as well that free higher education for the poor must be realized. This debate, therefore, honorable members, is timely as it takes place at a time when government has undertaken a process to explore modalities for the introduction of free undergraduate education for the poor and funding for the entire post-school education and training system. Honorable members, in October 2016, students legitimately led a noble struggle demanding that there shouldn't be any fee increment for the 2016 academic year. Following engagements with key stakeholders in the higher education terrain, government brokered a deal in terms of which the state availed 1.8 billion rands to avert the cost of education accruing to students, a majority of which are sons and daughters of the working class. The usual narrative, therefore, that there was no increment in 2016 remains inaccurate. The brutal truth is that the state paid for the increment instituted or envisaged by our various universities in 2016, and this intervention came at the expense of other government programs. Once again, a call has been made by our students for a no-fee hike in 2017, particularly in light of the fact that the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, appointed by the President and mandated to investigate the modalities of phasing in free higher education for the poor, will only conclude its work next year. In this connection, we have successfully concluded discussions with university heads and executives, labor, student leaders, and we are now gathering further views from other stakeholders, including Treasury, before proceeding with the announcement. So we want to thank the students for once again tabling a similar short-term proposal as we strive towards the conceptualization of a long-term solution for the realization of free higher education for the poor. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, ours is not a concoction of negativities, but a journey of fundamental change. The post-school system envisages to ensure affordable education for all students whilst guaranteeing free undergraduate education for the poor. This perspective resonates with the aspirations and demands of the student populace clamoring for higher education, for free higher education, but it also resonates with the ANC strategic objectives. In this connection, I wish to appeal to all our stakeholders, and particularly the students, to allow the Commission of Inquiry to do its work without disruptions so that the views of members of society on possible options can be well captured. As you may be aware, the Commission is not only seized with investigating modalities for free undergraduate education, but it is also looking at the pertinent question of funding for the entire post-school system. Honorable members, education is an indispensable vehicle for enhancing productivity in the economy. We are thus justified to call upon particularly the private sector to contribute to the education of an African child. We need collaborative efforts to build a strong competitive industrial economy, and therefore the private sector cannot go scot-free. Honorable members, we are navigating through this precarious path with all our stakeholders and communities, and indeed the masses of our people who stand to benefit from improved access to higher quality education and training enrolled in all our 76 educational institutions in the country. We therefore ask our people to exercise maximum patience as we find lasting and workable solutions to the current challenges. A lot has been achieved, honorable members, and we have in recent years seen a significant growth of the black middle class, and this can be attributed to the work of this current government. Whilst we can speak of successes, but it is not enough, given the exponential growth of the educational sector and unaffordable fee structure in the higher education system. In the interim, government seeks to regulate fees to contain fees within reasonable and affordable limits, this without detracting us from our march towards free undergraduate education for the poor. Fellow students, we continue to witness with dismay the recurrent vandalism of our institutions. As government, we condemn the destruction of educational property, and we call on all our communities to do the same. These institutions have been constructed brick and mortar from the sweat and toil of the working class and are the fountain of the hopes and optimism for the future of all our youth. We have to isolate and expose vandals from genuine students who need to build their future in our universities. We accordingly condemn the torching of 2 buildings, one at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, one of which the law library, and of course, several vehicles at the university. Serious action must be taken against the perpetrators of this sordid criminality. We equally condemn police brutality against students, and we call on our law enforcement agencies to instead arrest all those who are found.
Point of order, Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I'm standing on Rule 83. The member shall not read the speech verbatim. Can the member speak like a person who is in command of the area of work?
I note your point of order, Honorable Member.
For God's sake, he's a deputy minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
He must show some level of understanding.
Honorable Mbata, thank you. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
And I thank you very much for your attention.
Order, Honorable Members. Order.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, noting that the ANC doesn't have anything to say on education, can we give a second speech as well, so that will give a clearer context on our fee-free education?
That's outside of the rules, Honorable Member.
But next time was because they have nothing to say, so we can at least
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Give context.
We now want to continue with the next motion. The next item, order, Honorable Members. The next item on the order paper is a motion in the name of Mr. Honorable D.J. Maynier. Honorable Maynier.
Chairperson, on the 1st of September 2016, just as ordinary people were thinking about hitting the sack, the Minister of Mineral Resources, Mosebenzi Zwane, released an extraordinary statement announcing that the termination of financial services to Oak Bay Investments should be investigated via a judicial commission of inquiry. That was a reminder that although the Guptas are now less brazen, they are just as influential in getting what they want, when they want it, from President Jacob Zuma. In the past, the Guptas would shout jump, and President Jacob Zuma would ask how high. Now the Guptas whisper jump, and President Jacob Zuma still, you guessed it, asks how high. We have to be reminded and must not forget that state capture remains a clear and present danger to democratic South Africa. The Mineral Resources Minister's extraordinary statement was repudiated within 24 hours, and we were told that it was made in his personal capacity and that its unfortunate contents were deeply regretted. However, the unfortunate contents merit a second look precisely because they have such serious implications.
Honorable Maynier, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, is it parliamentary to dance on the podium?
Honorable Chief Whip, I request order, Honorable Members. Order. Honorable Maynier. Honorable Maynier, you may continue, but I would also like you to just, whenever you get towards the end of your speech, to at least formally move the motion as well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, we should explain to the Chief Whip of the majority party that if your initials are DJ, it is parliamentary.
I think, Honorable Minister, you can share that with the Honorable Chief Whip. Continue, Honorable Maynier.
Chairperson, after hammering yesterday, I'm delighted to see that there's still some levity on the ANC's benches. But as I was saying, this debate is not just important because of its implications for the financial sector and for the economy, but it is important because of its implications for South Africa. The Minister recommended, of course, that the termination of financial services, including banking services and auditing services, to Oak Bay should be investigated by a judicial commission of inquiry. But he also effectively recommended a review of the functions of National Treasury and the South African Reserve Bank. And this was done apparently without consulting the finance minister, who is responsible for the financial sector in South Africa. And of course, it exploded, thankfully, right here yesterday in this House when the finance minister contradicted the mineral resources minister on the need for a commission of inquiry. So whoever said that the mineral resources minister's extraordinary statement was, and I quote, going to cause inconvenience and confusion, he or she was absolutely right. And of course, the minister's intentions were clear: to undermine the finance minister, to undermine institutional independence at the National Treasury and at the South African Reserve Bank, and of course, most important of all, to establish an investigation into the termination of financial services to his good friends, the Guptas. We all know that the minister is a hired gun, and he was contracted by the Guptas to carry out a political hit on the financial sector, the National Treasury, and the South African Reserve Bank. We all witnessed the minister ducking and diving and his outrageous refusal to reply to my questions about why he released the extraordinary statement, which leaves us all with the uneasy feeling that in fact the recommendations do reflect the views of the Cabinet or a substantial part of the Cabinet and perhaps even President Jacob Zuma. And what was really terrifying about the minister's response was not just his North Korean political values, but the fact that he seems determined to push on with these bizarre recommendations, which, if they go ahead, will ultimately reduce investor confidence and make a sovereign ratings downgrade more likely in South Africa. Whatever the case, this is the perfect illustration of state capture, with the minister acting not in the public interest, but in the private interests of one family, and that family is the Guptas. We must not be fooled. The Guptas have learned a thing or two from their #1 client by casting themselves as victims and the champions of the working class in South Africa. But the truth is, the Guptas are not victims. The Guptas and the businesses controlled by them are the subject of multiple investigations by the Hawks, by National Treasury, and by the South African Reserve Bank, which of course explains why the ambassador from Saxon World contracted a political hit on the financial sector, the National Treasury, and the South African Reserve Bank in the first place. Now, we have to stand up against state capture because it undermines the rule of law. We have to stand up against state capture because it undermines public trust in independent institutions. We have to stand up against state capture because it undermines the legitimacy of democracy itself in South Africa. And we must stand up because the democratic state that has been captured fails to be a democratic state, it becomes a failed state. That is why we expect ministers to serve the public interest, not the private interests of one family, the Guptas. And make no mistake, we can stand up against state capture, and we can do so by establishing an ad hoc committee in this Parliament to investigate allegations against certain individuals and their alleged undue influence.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. No, the Honourable Member should have read the motion. I indicated that he should have done so before his time expires. He's got another 2 minutes later in the debate, and the motion can then be read. It is printed on the order paper, so members can just reflect on that. The Honourable Fabs.
Well, good afternoon. You've been watching a live debate in the National Assembly where MPs were deliberating on the current university fees crisis. Now, this debate was officially requested by the IFP, whom feel this is a very serious national issue. The DA felt that the free higher education is unsustainable and would really encroach on the current government budget even further. The EFF stated that, well, they are the only party that can ensure free education, which was promised by the ruling party, and generally MPs stated that those parents who can afford to pay for their children should do so and give the chance to the really poor and deserving students in order for them to receive free education. Members strongly condemn the torching as well as destruction of schooling property, saying that the money that will be required to rebuild and restore the buildings is the money that could be used to pay for the poor students. The NC says currently government is spending about 9 billion rand on university funding, and this means that they have political will to make sure that the students who deserve to get an education do so. They say they are aware that the current funding model for NSFAS is fraught with corruption and therefore will be revised. They have asked for people to be patient as they look for workable solutions to the current impasse. We're going to take a quick ad break. More news in a short while.
The cotton field story is being told through patchwork by artists to celebrate the diaspora in America.
Vitally important in telling the stories of what is happening in the refugee crisis, migration, with questions of immigration. And I believe I, as an artist, have a moral obligation to tell these stories.
It's through paper, brush, and paint that the different faces of women are reflected by this prolific painter.
Women face a lot of challenges, discrimination, sexism, and a lot of other negative. In my paintings, I try to send a different message.
Place of the G-Men and Father Huddleston's mission. Place of Balanski's and the Odin cinema, and that's never...
Join Refilwe for that 1 hour weekly dose of arts and entertainment news every Saturday at 12.
Life to our nation's prayer, the prayer of all black South Africans at that time, and many others, whites included, coloreds and Indians, for freedom regained and a continent reborn. The Constitution is this instrument of state to protect the people of South Africa against corporate capture of the state, which incidentally is a neoliberal cardinal tenet, which seeks to develop a bureaucratic bourgeoisie with freedom limited to a few who have the money and the means. The largest opposition party in this parliament seeks to use their debating powers and voices in this house and their financial support base to change for their own ends the policies of a legitimately elected government through the instrument of persistent lobbying and the media. Now, let's say this about lobbying. Let's get this quite clear. Lobbying is not transparent, and neither is it accountable to the state or civil society or indeed the Constitution and our democracy and People's Parliament. The state, of course, is often confused with the government, but the government is but one institution of the state. One can go back to ancient Greece and even before that, but there are unique features of the modern state, with its extensive rule of law, citizenship rights, and broad economic and social responsibilities. But we must make this clear. A state is more than government. Governments change, but states endure. And if, like South Africa, the Bill of Rights and fundamental freedoms are enshrined, as I said. Now let us move on. There's a dangerous tendency to reduce the state to only government. When we identify pathologies pertaining to patronage, patrimonial and neo-patrimonial networks, we associate this with states that have failed or are failing. So where is South Africa at this juncture? No, we are not a failed state. Neither are we failing. So the discourse, including debates, and may I say, the open nature of these debates, both in Parliament and outside Parliament, actually indicates and underpins the freedom you enjoy in an open society that we have. The South African state continues to exercise administrative control over its sovereign territory and provide public goods and services to its citizens. However, South Africa, when things go wrong, as we have seen, we have the Constitution as a final bastion to protect us. But we sometimes forget in this House that the President, as a member and the senior member of the executive who appoints the rest of the executive, but also constitutionally has the prerogative to appoint the Constitutional Court judges and its president. But whenever this happens, we are told, well, I expect he's been captured by X or Y or the state. Indeed, Justice Maheng, our Constitutional Court Chief Justice, has not, and underlines the point. We heard only yesterday in some of the debates that the Public Protector, one of our Chapter 9 constitutions, is highly regarded by all South Africans. This is part of our Constitution, and indeed, she was appointed by the senior member of the executive, the President. But we need to understand corporate capture of the state is weakening our pursuit of a people state. What is a people state? It is a developmental state which puts people first, which many in this House do not want to know and do not understand. This is particularly significant in our current context of challenges, the challenges of unemployment and so on, the social challenges. But never forget, we also have private sector oligarchs who are there fronting, trying to undermine all of the pieces of legislation that seeks to radically transform South Africa, if not seeking, coming with threats to take their cash out. The legitimacy of the state is at risk because of the prolonged capture of and by the private sector. Before that, by colonialists, later on codified in an apartheid state. However, we also have a Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, the M&E, which remains, it's I think the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. It remains the custodian of monitoring. Now, we're not running after targets. What we need to do is look very carefully at our outputs and strive to achieve that. As I conclude, I want to call on all South Africans to have political maturity. All of us. L.B. Sachs once said, a highly respected Constitutional Court judge, that severability is an important concept in the context of relations between the court and Parliament. Like reading down, it is an instrument of judicial restraint which reduces the danger of producing overbroad judicial reaction to overbroad legislation. South Africans, my appeal
Honourable
to
Member,
you
your time is now expired.
Your instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsu, Dumelang. You see, today we are debating the phenomenon of state capture in our country. State capture is defined as a form of systemic corruption in which private interests influence government decision-making to their own advantage. Now, I think it's absolutely important to acknowledge that President Zuma did not invent state capture. He simply perfected it. Since Jacob Zuma assumed office in 2009, he has deployed loyalists to every lever of power and patronage. He has captured the parastatals to be looted through tenders and contracts. It's for that reason we have Dudu Myeni at SAA and Brian Molefe at ESCOM. He has captured the institutions that keep him and his cronies out of jail. This explains why Sean Abrams was deployed to the NPA, why Benning Ntameza is the head of the Hawks, and why Tom Moyane was parachuted in at the SARS. That was phase one, in which Jacob Zuma captured the state. We've now moved on to phase two, thank you, in which the Guptas...
Point of order. Right here.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, will you just take a seat, please?
Would the Honourable Leader of Opposition...
On which point of order are you rising?
On calling the President by the name without referring to him as His Excellency or the Honourable...
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, let us observe the rules and let us call each other in an honourable way as reflected in the rules. Continue, honourable member.
That was phase one in which President Zuma captured the state. We've now moved on to phase two in which the Guptas have captured President Zuma. Honorable House Chair, when he got desperate on the campaign trail this year, President Zuma went around telling the members, telling everybody, telling South Africans that members on this side of the house are puppets. Now, that is incredibly rich coming from him, because we no longer have a president in South Africa, we have a puppet. Jacob Zuma is a puppet of the Guptas.
Order, Chair.
Yes, honourable member. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, honourable member?
Thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Maynier should learn to call the President, President Zuma, not by his name.
Thank you, honourable member.
Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable member. Honourable, take your seat, honourable member. Honourable Maynier, let us continue referring to each other in a respectful way, please, and not call on first names. Honourable Maynier, let me just take the other point of order that is there at the back.
Honourable Chairperson, I just think that it's important that the members of our opposition knows that the President is actually not a member of this House.
Honourable member, that's not a point of order. Please consult the rules. Read the rules. Continue, Honourable Maynier.
You see, as my colleague said, when the Guptas say jump, number one, or President Zuma says, how high? In fact, when the Guptas say we want to land at Waterkloof, President Zuma says, I'll notify air control. In fact, when the Guptas say fire Nene, Zuma says he'll be gone by the end of the week. In fact, when the Guptas say,
Honourable Maynier,
I apologize.
Honourable Leader of the, no, just take a seat. Let me hear. No, I don't know what the honourable member is rising on, Honourable Maynier. I want to find out. Why are you rising, honourable member?
Honourable House Chair, the same order. It's the third time now that we are raising the same thing again. It shouldn't happen.
Thank you, honourable member. The honourable member has withdrawn that remark. Continue, honourable member.
You see, when the Guptas say fire Nene, number one says, No, he'll be gone by the end of the week. When the Guptas say, get Minister Gordhan, number one says, I'll get the Hawks on it right away. When the Guptas say, we want a coal mine, number one says, I'll do one better. I'll get you your own Minister of Mineral Resources. You see, fellow South Africans, being a Gupta puppet is good business for number one and his family. For in this instance, President Zuma is so deep into the Guptas' pockets that I'm actually surprised that those pockets have actually not been declared a national key point. And we mustn't be fooled by the Guptas' move to Dubai on their promise to sell off their South African business interests. These are simply smoke screens. Because as long as the Guptas have number one cell phone number on speed dial, our country is governed by remote control from 11,000 kilometers. Every time the Guptas pull President Zuma's strings, the markets react and our currency plunges. We saw it when Minister Nene was fired. We saw it when the Hawks began circling around Minister Gordhan. Billions of rands left our shores and billions more were wiped out from our markets and thousands of jobs were lost. Honorable Chair, yesterday, Minister Pravin Gordhan stood here and said, we should be talking about how to create jobs, not about state capture. I'd agree with him, because I wish we didn't have to debate state capture. I wish we could make this debate about jobs. But the truth is, we cannot create jobs when our state is captured. Indeed, it is state capture that is pushing us towards a ratings downgrade. And make no mistake, if we're downgraded to junk status, hundreds and thousands more jobs will be lost. Now, we know that the members of the majority party in this side of the House agree that the Guptas have captured their president. We saw it yesterday when Minister Gordhan, in fact, simply said the facts are fairly clear about where the influences lie and what the purpose of these influences are. We saw it when Deputy Minister Mcebisi Jonas told us that he turned down a cabinet post offered to him by the Guptas. We know that many of you sitting on this side are worried about state capture. So why don't you stop it? I'll tell you why. Because you can't. Because your party has been captured by the Guptas through the president as his proxy. They control the National Executive Committee and they manage the so-called Premier League. The people in the ANC who benefit from this web of patronage and corruption outnumber those who don't. This is why, under number one, or President Zuma, the ANC can lose 3 major cities in an election and nobody in the ANC can take any action against him. Many of you on the benches of the ANC will lose your seats at the next election. But like turkeys voting for Christmas, you will continue supporting Jacob Zuma. President Zuma. The truth is this, is that the ANC is beyond redemption. The ANC cannot save itself. It cannot save our country. And so our salvation really lies in building a new alternative. It depends on patriotic South Africans from all political traditions joining hands to stop the plunder. We are, indeed, fellow South Africans, building this alternative in Johannesburg, in Nelson Mandela Bay, in Tshwane. In these places, we are stopping corruption, we are starting service delivery, and we are putting South Africans first. We're shining the light on dodgy tenders, and we're stopping fancy cars, and we're putting an end to blue light brigades and lavish parties. We won't stop this rot overnight, but in 5 years, be assured, each of these cities will look very different. Honorable Chair, there is hope for South Africa. We can turn our economy around, and therefore it is our duty today as this House to start the process of freeing our country from the grip of the Guptas. And so I call on all the members in the ANC who agree that state capture is unacceptable to do their jobs and support this motion today for a full parliamentary inquiry. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mokoena. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it's very sad that the whole Parliament has to sit here today discussing...
Honourable Mokoena, can you just hold for me, please? The time hasn't been reset.
Okay.
Can I ask the table to do what they're supposed to do, please? Just take a seat in the meantime, Honourable Mokoena. Sorry? He must know what time it is. Honourable Mokoena, you can continue now, please. And also, the honourable member doesn't have 3 minutes, he has 4 minutes.
Yes, please.
Can you correct that, please? Okay? You can continue, honourable member. I'll monitor it also from here.
The clock has been captured.
You may continue, honourable member.
Thank you very much. Look, I think it's a sad day that the whole Parliament has to sit here today discussing one corrupt and immoral family. But we have to do so because we know as a fact that this family has business interests in government business. And we know for a fact that they have corrupt partnership with Mr. Zuma. Now, we've been calling for the establishment of a judicial commission into this matter, and we support this motion to establish this ad hoc committee to investigate the following. That it was the Guptas who replaced Mr. Ngwakora Matlodi. We know for a fact that the presidential convoy was outside the Guptas family on the day before Zwane was appointed. All ministers and premiers, mayors of places where the ANC governs were forced to sign contracts to bankroll the New Age and the ANN7. Now, we know at the SABC that ministers are paying 400,000 rands per appearance to appear on a corrupt show called the New Age Breakfast Show. Number 3, that the Guptas control the most corrupt premier, Ace Magashule of the Free State. In fact, he controls 2 other premiers, which is the premier of Mpumalanga, David Mabuza, and the premier of Northwest, Suprama Umapelo, and many others, of course.
Chair,
we know...
On a point of order.
Honourable Mokoena, will you just take your seat? Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Chair, Rule 84 clearly it says that unparliamentary or unacceptable language or gesture should not be allowed in this House. To refer to Premier Magashule as corrupt, to refer to Premier Mabuza as... They are members by virtue of being premiers. They do come to these houses. Immaterial, but the mere fact to refer to any individual in South Africa as corrupt without any substantiation is unparliamentary. No. We will request that that be withdrawn.
Honourable Chairperson.
No, Honourable Member, let me first deal with this point of order. Will you take your seat, please? I just want to deal with this point of order.
Can we deal with that quickly?
Honourable Member, I won't be able to deal with it if you are on your feet.
We have to
take your seat. I'll give you a hearing afterwards.
We must take the...
Honourable Shavambu, will you take your seat,
on
please?
A quick lesson about the rules of this House.
Take your seat, please.
Please attend to him before we do it.
Honourable Shavambu, take your seat, please. Honourable Mtembu, I will look at the Hansard in terms of the context in which this input was made, and then, if necessary, I will rule on the matter. Suffice to say that it is a motion that is being debated, and it's also free for other members who have different views to articulate those views on the matter. Honourable Shavambu.
Honourable Chair, as a matter of fact, there was a ruling in this House, this precedence, this year, when we referred to Supra as a corrupt individual who's stealing money and animals now in the Northwest, that these are not members of this House. They were never sworn in as members of the National Assembly or the National Council of Provinces. There are other means that you can resort to. There's a standing ruling about non-members. You can say anything about them. If they've got recourse, they can pursue that recourse.
No, thank you,
You
Honourable.
can't be forced to respect corrupt individuals like a Medra David Mabuza, a corrupt
Honourable
leader
member,
called Esma
Honourable
Hashuke,
member,
and Supra.
Honourable Shavambu,
We can't be forced to do that.
said,
So the chief whip of the
Honourable
ANC
Shavambu,
must respect precedents, must respect the
Honourable
rules of this House.
Shavambu, will you take your seat now? I said I will look into the Hansard, and if necessary. However, I also indicated that this is a debate, and members will have time to articulate their different party positions. Continue, Honourable Mokoena.
And also, Chair, the Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC, if you heard correctly, I said we support this establishment, the establishment of this ad hoc committee to investigate these issues. So the corruptness of Esma Khashule must be dealt with by the ad hoc commission. Thank you very much. We would like them to investigate also the capture of ministers. Minister Zwane, Minister Philem Balula, who has confessed to the fact, Minister Van Rooyen, and many other ministers, of course. They have captured individuals in key state-owned estates, state-owned entities and individuals. Brian Molefe of Eskom, Jimmy Manye is captured, Dinell is captured, the SAA is captured, and of course, the SABC and its compromised COO, Hlaudi Motsoeneng. These are some of the things that need to be investigated. Now, it is a known fact that the Gupta used Waterkloof Air Force Base to fly in their private family members for a private wedding, which the president attended. The Gupta family is responsible for the 570 million controversial dairy farm project led by computer sales staff that knew absolutely nothing about dairy farming, and it was signed by Minister Zwane. As a matter of fact, the Gupta have already received 400 million in bribe money to the nuclear deal from the Russians, and they're going to do everything in their power to protect that deal. Other major concerns that we have are major. We are concerned about a state capture, which is more important than any judicial or political issues. The state capture means that we are taking money away from education that we just spoke about now, housing, and many other issues. The Gupta di qetile ANC le ba hlokomele ba tlo le qeta ka 2017 ha le ya conference le ba hlokomele empa rona we are saying we are still going to come back and investigate other captures by the Ruperts and other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your time is now expired. The Honourable Esterhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. The very fact that this House is now seized with a debate of this nature brings to light the stark reality of the poison that's within our midst. The poison that has infiltrated the highest levels of politics and business. The poison which relies on the subversion and convert means to achieve its malignant designs and ends. South Africa appears to be under siege from within. Its highest office appear to be compromised. The question is, who's actually running South Africa? Who's in charge? And what can we, the people, do about it? As elected representatives of the people of the Republic of South Africa, we, the members of this House, have a single and a sacred duty to protect our constitutional democracy, the rule of law, and our public office for the benefit of all South Africans. A creeping rot appears to have taken hold of this government's upper order, a rot which appears to exercise forceful and undue influence through favors, both personal and pecuniary. It's a rot which, if left unchecked, will spread like a cancer and destroy this nation. Honourable Speaker, the time to act is now. The time for decisive leadership through the establishment, I agree, of the mooted Rule 2531A of an ad hoc committee, so as to thoroughly investigate the allegations of state capture and undue influence held by certain individuals over this government. This controversy, this apparent crime against the nation, the rule of law and the people of South Africa must be met. For us to shrink away from such controversy would be criminal. This House must act in the interest of the citizens of this country and not a privileged, connected few. The Nkada Freedom Party supports this motion and calls for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to further investigate this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Mwabe.
Honourable Chairperson, House Chair, honourable members, guests in the gallery. The state capture is a form of corruption. It occurs, and I quote, when the ruling elite and powerful businessmen manipulate policy formation and influence the emerging rules of game, including laws and economic regulations, to their own advantage, unquote. The result of the state capture is that the captured economy becomes trapped in a vicious cycle where the policy and institutional reforms which are necessary to improve governance are undermined by collusion between powerful firms or individuals and state officials who extract substantial private gains from the absence of clear rule of law. There can be no doubt about the current state of our affairs in South Africa. State capture is there, it is obvious, and it is in our face for all to see. The process of state capture is relentlessness, shameless, calculated, and single-minded. And the saddest part is that the rise of the House of Gupta was fast-tracked by the greed and callousness of our ruling elite. Those who profess to have best interest of our people at heart, those who held the trust and aspirations of a nation in their greedy hands. However, Chair, I do not want to talk more about the Gupta family because it is alleged that even some in the opposition benches benefited somehow from this family and therefore cannot claim to be innocent. The NFP further believes that the state capture is not a new thing in the government of South Africa. It started way back during Verwoerd's era. The National Freedom Party believes that Bantu education was a result of a state capture by those who wanted to continue enjoying monopoly over key strategic sectors of the economy, including the land, at the expense of the black majority. It will be therefore, unstrategic for the ANC to allow itself to fall in the same trap like the apartheid regime leadership. The NFP will therefore not support the establishment of the ad hoc committee because since it was not established during the apartheid government, when our natural resources were captured, when our land was captured, why now we cannot use the state funds to address issues that were supposed to address long time ago? Let the citizens of South Africa speak on the matter during the 2019 national local government elections.
Honourable Member,
however,
your time
I
is
want
now
to close by
expired.
quoting Archbishop Tutu when he says, ANC government, watch out.
Honourable Member, your time is expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Fultane.
Honourable Speaker and members, may I remind my colleagues on my right what Vladimir Putin said in July 2000 in a meeting with Russia's business leaders, and I quote, "I want to draw attention straight away to the fact that you have yourselves formed this very state to a large extent through political and quasi-political structures under your control. So perhaps one should do least of all, what one should do least of all is to blame the mirror." These words are relevant to the ruling party today as they may have been then to that audience. State capture as a form of grand corruption is the most pernicious and intractable problem for our economy, and in particular, given the triple evils facing our country. When private individuals and groups shape laws, policies, and regulations to the taste of their own advantage by providing illicit private gains to the public official. Any hope to address the fundamental developmental challenges of the nation are compromised, and the poor is at the losing end. Basic services like electricity, water, socio-economic infrastructure like roads are neglected because there is a big fight about who amongst the captors should be given the tender. This evil is in the eyes of downtrodden person. Because such private individuals and groups use their influence to block any policy reforms that might eliminate their undue advantages, executive and or legislature capture becomes not merely a symptom, but also a fundamental cause for poor governance. When the legislature is captured and the parliamentarians are bribed to take particular decisions and vote on important pieces of legislation according to the whims of the capturer, the legal framework for socio-economic development gets collapsed. In recent months, we have been witnessing a proliferation of media reports about many allegations of a corrupt relationship between the Gupta family and the state, and in particular the executive, and centrally being the state president. Such a corrupt relationship between a private family and senior state officials is shady and a cause of state pillage. Yesterday, a minister of state literally refused to account this house. You can guess for yourself what is happening in his house. Surely, the Gupta family has become a symbol of malaise afflicting our constitutional democracy. In our system of governance, we have corrupt and cronyism as the order of the day. This violates the very tenet of our democracy. As UDM, we shall propose that the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence be charged with detailed investigations of all serious reports and allegations which are already in the public domain. And this is where we want to rest our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Chairperson, the debate has become a little bit politicized. So let's step a little bit back and just try to get a little bit of an eagle's eye view on what's happening here. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition gave a definition of what state capture means. Let me just repeat that. It says it's a type of systemic political corruption in which private interests significantly influences a state's decision-making processes to their own advantage. I don't think anybody can disagree with that kind of definition. So that is what state capture is all about. Now, we've heard the allegations being made today in the House in terms of what's happening in the country. We've seen on television, we've witnessed what the papers write. Quite obviously, whether the facts are correct or not, there's a perception out there that South Africa is currently suffering from state capture. Whether we like it or not, there exists facts in that regard, but there's also such a perception. Why on earth is it so difficult for the ANC to do the right thing? I can't understand that. I've become, you know, the reality is what has happened now the last couple of years is you can take any situation and put the facts in front of you. And then what comes up in your mind, what is the right thing to do? And then you go to exactly the opposite. And you know the ANC will be doing that. Why? It's in your own interest. You should be voting for this resolution today. In terms of the proposal, the ANC will have a majority on this ad hoc committee. Aren't you interested in trying to find the facts? You should be interested in finding the facts. In the local government elections, it's quite clear the ANC was punished. People did not like, and you came back and you said yourselves, people perceived the ANC to be arrogant and to not listen to the people. And whether you like it or not, these perceptions are out there. Here is an opportunity for the ANC to do the right thing. Appoint such an ad hoc committee, investigate, and if you've got other examples of things that went wrong, let's put it in front of that committee and come to the conclusion. We all know that the ANC had its own internal process where the Secretary General Mantashe was involved. 8 complainants. In the end, it was only one person, Mr. Themba Maseko, who took an affidavit there. But we know about what Deputy Minister Jonas said. We know what Faiki Mentor said. These perceptions and facts are out there, and we all know that they're out there. Why don't you start by doing the right thing? Why will you oppose a commission like this, an ad hoc committee like this? By doing that, you are sending one example out there that you are trying to protect the people that are accused. You are trying to protect state capture. You are doing that not only to the detriment of your own party, you're doing that to the detriment of South Africa. Please wake up and do the right thing once. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Madisha.
Our hard fought for liberation was based on the democratic mantra, government of the people, by the people, for the people. Corruption and state capture destroyed the notion of democracy. In state capture, government no longer represents government by the people, for the people, but rather government by a few for their own benefit at the expense of the people. When we think of state capture, in our context, we think of President Zuma, we think of corruption and the Guptas. But state capture in the South African context is much more endemic. This very parliament has been captured. Yesterday, when the captured minister, Zwane, was asked to account, the Speaker and the ANC in this House either protected him or did not denounce his actions. It means that not only has the President, his executive, and many state departments and SOEs have been captured, but so too has this parliament. This endemic state capture is not limited to President Zuma, the Guptas, and state capture at the national level. The fact of the matter is that South Africa has morphed into a mafia state from top to bottom, with President Zuma and the Guptas sitting at the apex of a pyramid. Similar, President Zuma and Gupta relationships with other role players exist, and rather in almost every province and municipality under the control of the ANC across the entire nation. As cases of corruption are opened in Johannesburg, in Tshwane, in Nelson Mandela Bay municipalities, which are now under coalition governance, we are beginning to see the extent of the state capture and grand corruption. Minister Gordhan was clear yesterday when he said, in quote, the facts are clear about where influences lie and who influences whom. It is clear that a small group is being advantaged to the disadvantage of more than 55 million
your time is
people.
now expired.
And a lot has got to be done to make sure that the working class and the poor, for example, those who are outside, are looked after.
Your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP will support this motion. South Africa has undeniably reached a critical point, and there is an epic battle within the governing ANC which has split the government. Even Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa has described this as a government at war with itself. The conflict between the Finance Minister and the Hawks is a symptom of this battle, and the whole nation is seized with discussing the ramifications of whether the Finance Minister will survive or succumb to the onslaught of the dark forces of state capture. Yesterday, Minister Gordhan said in this House that the facts are very clear as to where the influences are, to advantage certain groups of people to the disadvantage of 55 million people. And this is an issue which we should be very seriously concerned about. The South African captors are clearly the wealthy Gupta family. Their capture is so deep that they even had the gumption to offer Finance Minister Nhlanhla Nene's job to his deputy, Minister Jonas. This startling revelation by the Deputy Minister was followed by other statements by former ANC MP Feki Mentor and former Cabinet Minister Barbara Hogan, who also told of attempts to undo influence by the Gupta family. Remember what Deputy Minister Jonas said in his statement. The narrative that has grown around the issue of state capture should be of concern to all responsible and caring South Africans, particularly those of us who have accepted the task to lead our people. That is us sitting in this House. Yet nothing has been done following those startling revelations. Instead, the battle intensifies. And there's a new onslaught now against the banking sector and the Reserve Bank, and the disgraceful scenes we saw yesterday in this House with the lack of accountability. We know the economy is on a knife edge, with an almost negative growth rate, a loss of investor confidence, and a looming sovereign credit rate downgrade. The ANC has not heeded the warning sent by the voters, and we see now international investors and credit rating agencies are now sending an even stronger warning that we ignore at our own peril. One way of getting rid of patronage politicians and supporters is by exposing them through the political process, and that is the reason why this resolution should be supported. Chairperson, I have no doubt that there are sufficient members within the ANC who recognize the dangers of the current situation of state capture and who wish to bring it to an end. And I join the pleas of the Honourable Corné Mulder. Stand up and do what is right. What is needed now is a resurgence of moral vitality, personal resolve, and courage. Now is the time to stand up and do what is right. Shakespeare wrote, "There's a tide in the affairs of men, which, when taken at its flood, leads on to victory." The tide is rising. There's a clarion call against state capture and against widespread fraud and corruption. Let us deal with state capture and the Guptas once and for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mazzoni.
Thank you, House Chair. The politicisation of state entities by the deployment of cadres has become a growing trend that afflicts our state-owned entities, which only further serves to compound the financial pressures experienced in these sectors for self-interest. South Africa's SOEs are in a dire state, costing the country billions of rand, and only the South African people suffer. At the root of their mismanagement is the large-scale corruption that feeds an ANC patronage network headed up by no one other than President Jacob Zuma. A constant veil of secrecy, hidden agendas, scandals, and general distrust hang over our state-owned entities. In response to my parliamentary question, Minister of Public Enterprises Lynn Brown has indicated that the content flowing from the procurement process for all of Eskom's new build programs will not be made public. The Minister indicated that while high-level procurement processes and information will be available upon request, procurement content information, however, which includes tender submissions, contracts, and of course, pricing, is confidential. The decision by the Minister severely compromises the transparency of the procurement process and leaves the door for wide-scale corruption open, and not to mention political interference. This does not bode well for the growing perception that South Africa's state-owned enterprises have become politically captured by the ANC in a bid to plunder their coffers. There is a long history of irregularities in the awarding of Eskom tenders, including the alleged involvement of ANC's Chancellor House in helping Hitachi to secure contracts in the construction of Medupi, as well as Eskom's irrational decision to award a 4 billion rand tender to Areva over the preferred bidder, Westinghouse, citing strategic considerations, a decision that was later overturned by the Supreme Court of Appeal. Denel is now caught up in yet another scandal. VR Laser, Gupta's associates, and a full-on fight between DPE and Treasury is on the go. The DA requested an open and honest meeting for the portfolio of public enterprises. We requested the attendance of National Treasury, Department of Public Enterprise, the Denel Board, the previous Denel Board, and most importantly, the ministers of both public enterprises and finance. We arrived for the meeting hoping that finally South Africa would get the answers to much needed questions that plague these SOEs. This, however, was too much to hope for. We were informed by the portfolio chairperson that Parliament had not granted permission for ex-board members to attend, even though the rules of Parliament make provision for this. And we were told that Treasury had other commitments and that the ministers were in a cabinet meeting. Yet another attempt at a cover-up, another attempt to sweep issues under the carpet, and I'm here today to tell you, not on our watch. Treasury has allegedly issued legal letters to Denel demanding that it scrap the much maligned venture between Denel Asia and the Gupta-linked VR Laser Asia. According to reports, Treasury is ready to go to court to stop this deal. We will not allow President Zuma to centralize power around himself and influence decisions concerning public money at public institutions, as his track record for self-enrichment points to the gross abuse of power. The DA believes that the people of South Africa must always come first, and decisions regarding public institutions cannot be centralized by the President, especially whilst the majority of these institutions are underperforming. This far, but no further. It's time to take our institutions back.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mantashe.
House Chairperson, Honourable Members, our guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. I want to declare up front that the ANC is not pro any person who is corrupt or any institution that is corrupt. But our belief is that there are institutions that are given that authority to investigate corrupt activities. And therefore, this Parliament has no reason to investigate. There are institutions to do that. This wrongly worded motion for debate should be more correctly entitled Ongoing Attempts by Corporates to Get the State to Serve Their Own Interests. Put another way, corporate capture of the state. It is, of course, very rich for this motion to be coming from the DA, the architects of corporate capture of the state. So, where does it begin? In the 1940s, Ed Miliband Sr., a long-serving member of the Labour Party in England, wrote a book on how capital, through its influence, seeks to gain hegemony over politicians, influence the character and content of draft of legislation, buy up individuals in the ruling party, and corruptly use money and property to influence political direction, policy, and resolution of a governing party. He went on to describe that the captains of monopoly capital have no interest in becoming office bearers or MPs or MPLs or councillors, an occupation they consider too unstable and short-lived. Rather, their intention is to work behind the scenes, using front runners to do their corrupt work of attempting to get control over the policy and ultimately legislative direction of the governing party. The sponsors of this resolution, the DA, know this very well, since their backers are hard at work, doing precisely what Miliband described. So, what is the ultimate intention? As in this case, in countries like the United States, an entire country can go to war in order to feed the material interests of monopoly capital, who, after the war is over, the weapons of which were purchased from them, their associates on the construction sector are given contracts to rebuild the cities that they have destroyed, knowing fully well that the financial beneficiaries themselves, a governing party, will sacrifice its citizens under spurious allegations so that they materially benefit. The ANC is well aware that corporate capture of the state is alive, and well, its ideology is neoliberalism, a descendant from the colonial period. It seeks to corporatize the state and render its citizens to the mercy of unbridled monopoly capital. This is DA economy policy. They try to disguise with notions of a free and open opportunity society. Its intentions is to strip power away from the state and place it in the hands of the property class, your bourgeoisie. Tomorrow in Bramwell Road, Salt River, Cape Town, 26 families will be dumped on the streets as the gratification of working class areas continues unabated across the city. Often at the behest of expatriate capital. No low-cost housing here, no poor families here, just the interests of corporates successfully buying their way across a city with the help of state property being sold to the highest bidder. These families who have lived in these streets since 1930s are today being told to go to Delft because, quote, there is no low-cost housing in the CBD. Of course, there would be not in Cape Town. What kind of society we will end up with if this is how we are going to sell off state property? This motion is about a family and its perceived
Honourable members.
or real attempts to
Honourable
have...
Chairperson,
Honourable Mantashe, can you take your seat?
Is the Honourable Mantashe willing to take a question on the point she's just made?
Honourable Mantashe, are you willing to take a question?
She clearly has no idea what she's talking
Honourable
about.
member, if you ask if the member is prepared
Will
to
she
take a
take a
question, then you wait for a reply.
I'll
Honourable
gladly take
Mantashe.
the question after I've finished my input. Thank you.
I'll hold
Thank
you
you.
to that.
This motion is about a family and its perceived or real attempts to have hegemony over the decisions of the governing party. This dishonesty of this resolution is that it does not address the fact that the family is merely a reflection of many others who are trying to do exactly the same thing, many of whom are the backers of the DA. If you are to be ethical and honest, open up all these connections. Don't just opportunistically seek to focus on the most obvious when your own intentions are to get your hands on state silver and deliver it to the corporates. The sponsors of this motion have not hidden this. Even their new mayors are, as Miliband put it, serving the interests of monopoly capital. They are a front for monopoly capital. Those with integrity and the sponsors of this motion have none need to analyze more accurately what it means to defend our democratic national sovereignty from the corrupt hands of corporate capital. The strategic and complex manner in which capital and their agents undermine the democratic mandate of the majority must be arrested. If not, what is under dire threat, as the Constitution of South Africa puts it so well, that the will of the majority must prevail. To reduce the real danger to one family is disingenuous and merely seeks to hide other ventures that are underway. To treat corporates as monolithic would equally be wrong. However, what is completely wrong is a form of corporate behavior that is entirely parasitic on the state for its wealth accumulation. They stand against the ANC's developmental state approach, unlike the sponsors of this motion, whose ideology of neoliberalism drives their obnoxious lust for the breaking up of state-owned enterprises to feed monopoly capital, change the character of the state, and render the governing party impotent. So where does the ANC stand? The intensification of ANC economic policies interventions is based on the following pillars. Pillar number 1, uniting all South Africans around the NDP to promote growth and development and eradicate the triple scourge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The second one is state-led infrastructure investment aimed massively improving social and economic infrastructure with an emphasis on the use of local content and local companies. Pillar 3, the successful implementation of the strategies to give effect to the NDP, including the new growth path, and the industrial policy action plan aimed at stimulating growth, employment, and the reindustrialization of the South African economy. Pillar 4, transforming the mining sector. Pillar 5, promoting youth employment, small business, and cooperatives. Pillar 6, building a developmental state with the technical and political capacity to lead development and transforming the economy. Pillar 7, a supportive macroeconomic policy framework orientated towards reconstruction, growth and development, and informed by the imperatives of sustainability and long-run macroeconomic stability. In short, what the ANC conceptualizes as the radical socio-economic phase of the national democratic revolution is the best guardian of preventing corporate capture of the state. It is the best guardian of the will of the majority, whose mandate to the governing party, the ANC, is one that is pro-poor, tackling poverty, unemployment, and inequality, that reflects proportionality and prioritization in allocation of funding against ANC policy and constitutional requirements, that reflects an equitable sharing of resources and addresses issues of equity in relation to class, race, and gender. Finally, let us address the consciously misplaced and dislocated conceptualization of oversight by the sponsors of this motion. Theirs is to go after an individual at the behest of their corporate backers, so as to dislodge an individual in favor of another individual who, if that individual does not favorably respond to the interests of corporate capture, the same process to dislodge that individual will start all over again in the corrupt desire of corporate capture of the state and the dislodgement of the African National Congress in the process, so that a new bidder can be installed and the nation's assets auctioned to the highest bidder. What makes it worse is that it is happening right in front of us, dressed up as parliamentary oversight. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker...
Chair, wasn't the member going to take a question from
No,
me?
the member's time is expired, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Gallo.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, or Chair of the House. Parliament's strategic vision is to build an effective people's parliament that is responsive to the needs of the people and that is driven by the ideal of realizing a better quality of life for all the people of South Africa. And its mission is to represent and act as a voice of the people in fulfilling Parliament's constitutional mandate of passing laws and overseeing executive action. Tax team on oversight and accountability. The above quotation focusing on the vision and mission for Parliament is taken from a parliamentary report on oversight and accountability written in 2009. It is a powerful statement, and if it were to be realized and put into practice, it would transform the current Parliament. Regrettably, in 2014, this dream of a people's parliament has yet to come into effect. What's gone wrong? On the brink of a failed state, by Alex Borain, Chapter 4, People's Parliament, page 59. Perhaps, Honorable Chair, we really need to come to our senses and agree to the fact that our so-called constitutional democracy was not founded on a solid foundation. It does not need a rocket scientist to establish that shortcomings and challenges we are facing today in our beloved country are as a result of the compromises made during the multi-party negotiations in World Trade Center. That's where the struggle for freedom was sold on a silver platter by lumpen politicians. Therefore, the allegations of state capture by certain individuals and their alleged undue influence over the government are not surprising in our view as AIC. In fact, they are a confirmation of reality that the country was sold long ago As I conclude, the fundamental question that we need to ask ourselves as public representatives, what is it that we must do as a collective to save our beloved country from this situation? The answer, as far as the AIC is concerned, is electoral reform through the transferring of power to the hands of the people. The people of South Africa are ready to govern. Let us do away with these silly political interest groups and give the power to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Pluama.
Honourable Chair, the question we need to ask is what happened to freedom fighters who chose their stomach using public office to enrich themselves? Honourable members, it's public knowledge that our Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa is in the pockets of white monopoly. It's not only our president who's captured. Actually, the Guptas are late entrants. The Guptas have learned the game from the Ruperts, the Oppenheimers, who were beneficiaries of contracts even during apartheid. But the question should be, who is capturing these honorable men and women? I mean, look at how even the communist, so-called socialists, are not surviving the onslaught. They can't swim. The Minister of Public Works, the communist, presided over Nkandla. The least said about the Minister of Education, Mr. Blaidin Zemande, who's a communist/Mercedes-Benz. Honorable Chair, as long as the power relations of colonialism and capitalism remains intact, this government will continue to be discredited and mistrusted. The upward mobility and accumulation offered by the capture of the state is a true incentive of the bourgeoisie, kleptocracy. We need to change the structure of this capitalist economy and change it once for all. Honorable Chair, it is the attitude of capitalism to always try to tame ruling governments in Africa by threatening disinvestment, or they must accept bribes of any kind. The question we need to ask ourselves is why very intelligent ministers like Menaledi Panda are keeping quiet. Are they washing their hands like Chief Kim Pilato? How do they sleep at night? Honorable Chairperson, even the opposition is not safe from being captured. We know that Ruperts and other mining cartels are fighting to keep their contracts while the ruling party is now giving them to the east of the world. We must take over our natural resources and give them to our people, instead of the black elite, which is direct descendants of white monopoly. In the end, it's not the state capture, it's South Africa that is captured through intermediaries and puppets. I thank you.
Honorable Lozipo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Accept my apology. I've got a bit of flu, but I have no choice. The honorable members of the House, first I must say that the topic here today is quite a critical but a bit problematic one at the same time. We in the African National Congress always appreciate political and polemic engagement as they continue to sharpen our theoretical tools of analysis. Comrade Chris Ane once stated that in the ANC we do not fear political debates or engagements. Instead, we welcome them as they provide us with an opportunity to expose the political bankrupts of our political opponents. The reason why I made this assertion is that the topic is a bit problematic because state capture cannot be presented as an apolitical concept. The sponsor of this motion surely should and must assist in laying the fundamental base of the motion as to what is its ideological base for such a narrative. The state, by its own its scientific and historical description, has never been and is still not class neutral. One would highly appreciate if this debate was based on genuine ideological or at worst political determination, not on political innuendos that are more flouted on emotions and are without any ideological grounding. The state, in its scientific definition, especially those who claim to be using Marxist-Leninist tools of analysis, even in any way in the liberal definition of the state, it is not just the simplification of the phenomenon, as there is a recognition that there are three main components of the state, that is the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. How do you then base an argument that has no fundamental foundation at all in relation to the topical issue? The problem is that the South African political landscape is full of political hyenas and ideological demagogues masquerading as political messiahs, exploiting every little opportunity to have a genuine debate in the public discourse for their narrow vulturist interest. The issue of state capture is a product of internal discussions within the movement as a whole about the dangers, the threats, and challenges that may derail the advancement of the national democratic revolution. The ANC and the entire Congress movement has not exhausted this debate, and therefore we cannot hide and be shy to state that there is nothing conclusive as yet. For some political and ideological bloodthirsty vampires, to make this as theirs is nothing but a demonstration of dishonest of the highest proportion. It is only in the ANC where such debates are seen as a contribution to the festival of ideas. It is completely and absolutely disingenuous to present this as though it did not emerge within the ranks of the African National Congress, of which the intention could be nothing else but to try and divide the people's movement and to appropriate what such elements believe will benefit their narrow political interest, if they've got any interest anyway. At the center of this discussion, if genuine, would be whether the ANC, by itself as a liberation movement, has state power or is a party in power. The state, as stated before, is an instrument by its very historical class identification, an instrument of class rule. And therefore, in South Africa, it is primarily represented by white monopoly capital, which is predominantly male. It is in this context that we must understand the task of the ANC as the liberation movement, which is the liberation of blacks in general and Africans in particular. Is it not ironic and politically dishonest that with the same mouth which condemns the mere talk of a judicial commission of inquiry on the conduct of financial institutions, there is also a demand on the other side for the establishment of a parliamentary committee to investigate the allegation of state capture. This is hypocrisy of the highest order. What we might have to consider to investigate, in fact, is the imperialist capture of the political demagogues who dine with the international capital by night and stand side by side with the masses during the day. State capture remains a true threat as long as there are those who were embracing President Mugabe yesterday, then go on to dine with international capital to denounce President Nelson Mandela as a sellout and as someone who betrayed the South African Revolution. State capture will and remains a serious threat as long as poor parental workmanship is equated with militance and vigilance. Political hooliganism and liberal brinkmanship are a deadly combination, and we are beginning to see them now. As the ANC, we see no reason to have a parliamentary committee on a matter that has no foundation in law. We remain capable to handle such ideological questions with the processes of policy development in order to move South Africa forward. Now, let me try and assist honorable members. Honorable Stenius, and don't worry, let me attend to you now. Honorable Maimani, I appreciate you, but let me start with this thing from the church. Ne? Khona ivesi lapha elithi ngiwaphakamisela ezintabeni amehlo wami, ila usizo lwami liyakuvela khona. The biggest problem that we can do uma ngabe singopastor ukuphakamisa amehlo wethu siwabhekise ezantsi la umholo wethu uzoqhamuka khona. Now, the most important thing, you can't stand here and say, all of you, when I listen to them, I could see potential witnesses in a court of law. Now, you can't abdicate the responsibility of policy formulation and want to take on somebody's duty. There are institutions that were established in order to deal with issues of corruption and maladministration. Now, Parliament's responsibility cannot supersede that one. You can't take a responsibility to investigate. The problem is that when you read, the biggest problem, when you read, unfortunately, you are reading something that you can't see in front of you, but something that somebody is telling you behind your ears. Now, if Parliament were to do anything genuine, Parliament can only consider making it possible for institutions that are created to deal with matters of this nature and be able to report back to Parliament, not to reduce Parliament into an investigation tool when you've got many things that you said you can do here. And therefore, I will deal with other issues. I've never seen this. You make a proposal for a debate and an establishment, but already you've got conclusion of what is happening. What is the basis of the investigation? Because already you've done conclusion. We have established, since I've come here, since I came here in 2014, Honorable Maimane stood up here and said, let's establish a commission on Nkandla. What happened after that? You came with a separate report from the report of the committee that you had requested Parliament to do. We will not be surprised even on this one, even if you were to win on this one. We will not be surprised that you will again come up with your own report separate from what you have requested. And therefore, who is wasting time of Parliament? If you know well that you've got answers, why don't you write your report even before that committee can take place? Because already you know you are not going to agree even with the outcomes of that committee. That is the experience that we've seen here, where every time you propose a committee, when the results of that committee don't favor you, you blame people to be taking instructions from somewhere else, as if the Constitution of South Africa, that you cannot present yourselves as the better people who will understand it better than anyone. So, Honorable Chairperson, as long as this motion is drafted in the manner it is drafted, as the African National Congress, we will not support it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maynier.
Now, Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member asks who is wasting Parliament's time. Well, it's obvious. It's that member who had the courage to come to this podium and talk about vampires, but did not have the courage to tell us who those vampires were. And those vampires, of course, are the Guptas. And what that Honourable Member knows is that the Guptas are feeding off his party, the ANC. Now, Deputy Speaker, it was remiss of me not to mention the statement made by the Honourable Member who sits behind the ambassador from Saxonwold, the Honourable Jeremy Cronin, whose party made a statement earlier this week on state capture, which read that such wasteful things must come to an end. And so we hope that the Honourable Member will share his views with the ambassador from Saxonwold and consider supporting our motion. We should not forget, Speaker, that the last time that the Guptas were in Parliament, they were guests of President Jacob Zuma. We should ensure that the next time the Guptas are guests in Parliament, they are guests of an ad hoc committee established to investigate allegations against them. The honourable member is absolutely wrong. We do have investigation tools. We are not powerless. We have powers to summon any person. We have powers to require any person or institution to report to Parliament. And so let's use those powers to stand up to state capture and establish an ad hoc committee to investigate allegations of state capture. And so I hereby move the motion set out on the order paper today in Parliament. I thank you.
That concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The rules of this House do provide for an amendment to the motion. And we would like to propose such an amendment to this motion.
Okay. If that be the case, please...
Is Rule 121?
Give us voices up on the rule.
Thank you. Rule 121, Sub-Rule 2 does give us such an opportunity to make an amendment. Deputy Speaker, I would like to read the amendment. The motion in the name of Honourable Member Maynier reads, 1, that the House notes that the allegations of state capture by certain individuals and their alleged undue influence over the government. Under the amended version, this one stands. 2, established an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 25.3.1a, the committee 2, under all that under 2, we want that replaced with the following. 2, refer all such allegations of state capture to the Police Service of South Africa or Chapter 9 institutions for investigations, including the Public Protector. 3, all parties and individual members of Parliament with evidence of such alleged state capture should make available such evidence to the police or such Chapter 9 institution. 4, such investigations by either the police service or a Chapter 9 institution should culminate in prosecutions of all individuals or companies engaged in such state capture if such proved as a criminal activity. I so move.
House Deputy Speaker.
Can I respond to that first?
Well, I would just like to make a point of order in terms of the amendment, which I believe is outside the rules.
What is your point of order?
I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 1211.
Yes. Yes.
It says very clearly that it is possible to move an amendment to a draft resolution, provided, and this is an important part, the amendment does not extend the scope of the draft resolution. It's very clear that what the Honourable Chief Whip of the majority party is attempting to do is move the scope of this amendment outside of Parliament's ability and onto state security agencies who report to the executive. I would submit to you that that is an overreach for an amendment to a draft resolution, and that the Chief Whip of the majority party's motion to amend must fall aside because it falls foul of Rule 121. I'd ask your ruling on this.
Honourable Chief Whip, there's a suggestion that your motion may be falling outside of the scope of the motion. What's your reaction to that?
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
We have
It's to do with...
We have asked people to check that out, coming back.
But you can't ask the Chief Whip of the ANC
Why not?
what his point of view is. You must make a ruling. You're the presiding officer, not the Chili House. Why don't you ask the ANC to come and take your chair?
In writing. Yes. I will make a ruling, obviously. And the ruling must be informed, Honorable Waters. Yes. Honorable Chief Whip, did we have a printed version of this? Can we have that?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you do have a written and signed version as required by our rules of the amended motion. Just in response to the members, by the way, you the public protector doesn't report to the executive. Chapter 9 institutions do not report to the executive. They are institutions tasked with supporting our democracy.
Honorable members, I'm getting the record of this motion. I don't have it before me because I want to be able to make this ruling that you're asking me. In the meantime, you've got 2 minutes stretching time.
But Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
I've adjourned the meeting for 2 minutes.
But I was raising my hand. How do you adjourn the meeting when I'm raising my hand? You're not serious. What kind of a person is this?
No, okay. the bells? Honorable members, I'd like to firstly, the inability to make an immediate ruling, amongst other things, at the time this matter arose, was for reasons that I did not have what the chief whip of the majority party was reading. So that immediately meant that I couldn't use my memory to recall all what he said to judge whether the motion fulfills the requirement of the Rule 121 or not. Now, I have looked at it, and it does change the scope of an amendment as expected, and therefore would like us to proceed. This amendment therefore falls away, and therefore we must proceed with the Honorable members, we go back to put in the question. The question before us is the motion as moved by Honorable, by the DA, Honorable DJ Maynier, and as reflected in the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, sorry. The
Yes,
DA
Honourable
calls
Member.
for a division. Thank you.
Okay. A division has been called. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. All right.
Should I take this one?
I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House that the motion as moved by Honorable David Maynier be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. No, it's called verification.
One member was able, so it was not 3 years.
Okay. Honorable members, the outcome of the voting session is the following. The yes is 103, no is 169, and abstain 1. The motion is therefore rejected. That's what rejection means. Honorable members, we now move to member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress congratulates the entities and agencies of the Department of Trade and Industry for their significantly improved audited performance for their audited outcome for 2015-2016 financial year. Often and rightly so, we castigate the entities, agencies, and indeed the departments on their poor audited performance. So it is refreshing when we learn that the Office of the Auditor General has emphasized that, I quote, overall the interventions implemented on the trade and industry entities have proven to be successful based on overall improvement in the audit outcomes of entities at portfolio level, which are great news. The ANC would like to encourage the department to remain purposeful in their interventions with determination, and the Portfolio Committee of Trade and Industry to continue its rigorous and robust exercise of oversight over all entities of the TTI. The ANC welcomes the report of the Auditor General. Thank you very much.
DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The situation in Zimbabwe is once again moving into crisis. This is fueled by the civil demonstration led by the opposition parties under the banner of a call for electoral reforms ahead of 2018 elections. The peaceful march on the 26th of August was brutally suppressed by police. Many people were injured and many arrested. Human rights lawyers in Zimbabwe say that police just picked up anyone they could grab. This is a total violation of the rights to a peaceful protest, freedom of peaceful assembly, association, and expression. Most media organizations were barred from communicating the event and abuses. The Herald newspaper, which is a mouthpiece of the ruling ZANU-PF party, has called for the constitutional changes to restrict human rights. This is against the spirit of the multi-party constitutional reforms negotiated in 2012. The DA welcomes the decision of the Zimbabwe court to overturn a police ban of demonstrations in the Harare CBD. We call on South Africa to use its position as the SADC chair to ensure that Zimbabwe is returned to political stability and that the Constitution is upheld and that the SADC Treaty on Human Rights, Peace, Security, and Equity is realized. The era of South Africa's quiet diplomacy and a pro-Mugabe foreign policy is long gone. I thank you.
EFF.
The EFF notes the recent comment by the head of dispute resolution and tax controversy at KPMG that the amount of money that has flown from South Africa in the past year is shocking, and many institutions, including tax authorities, continue to underestimate the figure. This admission coming from a company that is also involved in the organized network of criminal organizations responsible for trillions that have left our borders illegally must be taken serious. It is undisputed that the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program by SARS, now scheduled again to commence on 1 October, has failed, considering that only 5 billion has been collected since its inception in 2012 compared to trillions of rands already lost. Parliament has successfully reduced such an important matter and continues to ignore the agency it requires. The report by the Trade and Industry Portfolio Committee about transfer pricing only does lip service to the crimes of illicit financial flows. The EFF is of firm belief that Parliament must take the matter of illicit financial flows serious, which with the agency it requires, and start a process to develop a robust and explicit act of Parliament to declare tax avoidance altogether and deal decisively with illicit financial flows. The EFF calls for immediate establishment of an ad hoc committee with resources deemed necessary for the performance of its task to look at the necessary legislation review to deal with illicit financial flows.
ANC.
The ANC applauds the opening of the new first of its kind geriatric psychiatric care unit and community psychiatric unit at the Veteran Hospital in the Northwest Province, where elderly people with mental disorders will receive specialized care. Geriatric psychiatric is a specialty in psychiatry dealing with study, prevention, and treatment of mental disorders in people of old age, such as dementia. The ANC believes that the opening of this facility will usher a new era of quality mental health care services to the residents of Northwest Province as a whole, and will go a long way in terms of addressing health services delivery backlogs. I thank you.
IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP recently attended a site visit at Betar Provincial Hospital situated in Mpumalanga Province. The state of the hospital left the party in total shock. The infrastructure is in such a poor state of disrepair. It is unsafe and unfit for occupation of anyone, let alone people requiring medical attention. There are gaping holes in one particular ceiling which appear to be on the brink of collapse. The sanitation conditions are alcohol and hospital ground in a state of dysfunction. Honorable Minister, the party have sent a photograph of the state of hospital to the ministry for your urgent attention, as this situation requires your immediately interventions. The IFP trusts that you will immediately investigate this situation and look forward to your urgent response. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next one is UDM.
Honourable Speaker and members, the provincial government of the Eastern Cape seems oblivious of the critical, fundamental and structural challenges confronting basic education in that province. As a consequence, they have no ability to comprehend and articulate the vision for quality basic education. They have dismally failed to turn around a frail education system. This failure is at the expense of the poor children who are yearning for better education. This is a province which is still accountable for the majority of mud schools, a province in which contractors contracted to build schools through a city program are not being paid. A province that 6 months ago failed to spend more than R500 million meant to build rural schools infrastructure, blaming their internal capacity decline. This is a province which recently announced that it will be closing no less than 2,000 schools with fewer than 200 children. A province whose grade 12 performance is the poorest in the country. The Eastern Cape government spokesperson through the Daily Dispatch announced that the Premier is championing an idea of building new schools or increasing capacity of the existing former Model C schools. This announcement flies in the face of Clancy's Senior Secondary School, in which there is almost no space to move in its grade 12 class. In addition to these practical challenges, Tanga High School in Tua has no science laboratory. This, coupled with inconsistent teacher supply. For an example, one teacher is responsible for closer studies from grade 8 to 12, covering 300 learners a day. In the same Tanga High School, there is no geography teacher for grade 12 as we speak. Under these circumstances, better education is but a dream deferred for these children.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. ANC, your time is 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the opening of the state-of-the-art secondary schools, the Mamuntlane and Sogane Secondary School in Greater Tubatse in Sekhukhune in Limpopo. Sogane Secondary School had been equipped with 16 classrooms, 16 toilets, a nutrition center, an admin block, science lab, a library, computer lab, and a school hall. The opening of these schools ensures that learners and educators access quality education in a safe environment. This demonstrates that the ANC is serious about making education a priority and will continue to make great strides in ensuring that education is available to all. Our task is to continue with the work of creating conditions in which every learner in every school can access quality education in a safe environment. I thank you.
Thank you. Cope.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Constitution is clear. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure that government by the people under the Constitution. The Constitution provides that it does this by choosing the President, by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues, by passing legislation, and by scrutinizing and overseeing executive action. The Nkandla ruling was scathing in its judgment that this Parliament had failed to hold the President to account, and equally that the President had failed to account to Parliament. Yesterday, we witnessed a number of members of the President's cabinet failing to account for their actions and conduct, aided and abated by, amongst others, the Speaker and the ANC members of this House. Deputy Speaker, in 6 months' time, this 5th Parliament of Democratic South Africa will have been in office for 3 years. And unless this House, and I repeat, unless this House makes a concerted effort to carry out its constitutional obligations, as the Congress of the People, we will do everything in our power to persuade the opposition and members in the benches on that side, as well as South Africans, to constitutionally call for the dissolution of this Parliament. Thank you.
ANC.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, the ANC notes with great care that the Solidarity in South African Sign Language March that took place around the country on the 1st of September 2016 that demanded for the recognition of South African Sign Language as the 12th official language. The ANC shares the sentiments that was raised by the marchers and feels that the plight and the difficulties that deaf people experience in their daily lives. However, the ANC recognizes that government needs to look at the plights and the problems that the deaf people experience. But what has been done is not enough. But we need to do more to look at the plight of deaf people in South Africa. The ANC fully understands the inequality or the need for South African Sign Language to be raised to official status, for deaf people to have equality, dignity, and access to information, and be protected from maltreatment and degradation. Therefore, the ANC calls on its government to continue to liaise with deaf people in terms of finding solutions to these challenges that they face, and implementing the policies and programs that are geared towards the protection and promotion of the rights of deaf people. I thank you.
Thank you. GA.
Deputy Speaker, when we said that change is coming for the people of Tshwane, we meant it. New Tshwane Mayor Solly Msimanga promised to crack down on allegedly corrupt ANC councillors who led the previous administration, and he is doing it. Yesterday, Msimanga laid charges with the police based on a forensic report regarding the refurbishments of Pretoria City Hall and the official residence of the mayor. Both projects cost the municipality a combined 190 million rand and involved the same three high-ranking officials of Ramakgopa's administration. As he said, some will change their suits into orange uniforms very soon. They've turned the department into family organizations. From director level, there are siblings, uncles, and even 3 cousins. Unlike his ANC predecessors or counterparts across the country, Msimanga has also canned luxury cars because public money can't be spent in this way while our people struggle for services, houses, and jobs. Lavish lunches and dinner parties, blue lights for the executive, and international travel have also been shelved in favor of service delivery. Similarly, new housing MMC Mandla Nkomot is tackling unfinished and empty RDP houses in Winterveld, where they have stood like this for 5 years and have become dens of crime. The beneficiaries of these houses will now be identified, they will be finished, and they will be allocated. Change has certainly come to the city of Tshwane, change that stops and fights corruption, change that brings better service delivery, and change that delivers jobs. Thank you.
EFF.
The economic freedom fighters is appalled by the conduct of the bosses of the Robertson Winery, who have refused to lend an ear to the demands of workers for a living wage. These workers, under the leadership of the Independent Trade Union, the Commercial, Stevedoring, Agricultural and Allied Workers Union, have been resolute their demands for a minimum wage of 8,500. The 2013 farm workers uprising in the Western Cape are expected to live on 69 rand per day, that the Department of Labour would have been more alert in monitoring farm workers' abuses in the Western Cape. Despite the sectoral determination facilitated by the Minister of Labour, increasing the statutory minimum wage to 105 per day, workers at Robinson Winery still get between 95 rand to 115 rand per day. Since negotiations started 4 months ago, workers have been disciplined. Since negotiations started 4 months ago, workers have been disciplined and calm, yet bosses refuse to compromise or negotiate. The Robinson Winery has offered their workers a daily increase that begins at 8.80 rand. The workers from Robinson Winery are resolute and clear. They do not want an increase of 8.80 rand. They want enough money to live. They are demanding a living wage. They will continue fighting until they get what they deserve. They have called all those in
Your time
solidarity
has
with them
expired,
to
honourable
boycott
member.
Robertson Wines. The
ANC.
Economic Friday supports them. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC commends the National Department of Health for adopting a test and treat approach to HIV/AIDS in line with the World Health Organization guidelines, which were announced by WHO in December 2015. These guidelines were based on the new research which found that getting people diagnosed with HIV on treatment as soon as possible, regardless of their CD4 levels, was beneficial. Therefore, the implementation of the test and treat for HIV will contribute to the National Development Plan goal of increasing life expectancy to at least 70 years by 2013. People diagnosed with HIV can also live long and healthy lives once they are on ARV medication. These guidelines have already been implemented as from the 1st of September 2016. Test and treat is now implemented at all South African state health facilities. The ANC believes that this is a significant step in dealing with HIV and AIDS and is in line with its policy of intensifying the fight against HIV, AIDS, and TB. I thank you.
Agang.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Why this Parliament is dragging its own feet to implement a minimum wage? Whose interest are we serving with these delays while our working people are exploited on a daily basis? Honorable Deputy Speaker, I've never seen revolutionaries who tolerate when their people are economically exploited and raped by white monopoly capital. Based on this factor, one is compelled to a conclusion that the working class and the poor must wake up and fight for their rights. They've been sacrificed at the altar of greed, selfishness, used as a ladder to personal enrichment. Wage apartheid structures still exist even today, under the watchful eye of a liberation movement. Our people are condemned to an earthly hell, and the ruling party has adopted a double-tongue approach. Minimum wage must be implemented or will soon face the revolution of the people. Even this parliament will not be spared. This situation is not sustainable. South Africa must lead and carry the torch of economic emancipation.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress congratulates the Paralympian gold medal Samkelo Khatebe, who was admitted as an attorney of the High Court of South Africa on the 18th of August 2016. The 27-year-old Paralympian studied law at the University of Johannesburg, and he successfully completed his articles in February 2016. He is famously known for winning a gold medal at the 2012 Paralympics for the 4x100 meters relay world record time of 41.78 seconds. The double amputee, who was electrocuted at the age of 9, resulting to an amputation of both his forearms, defied all odds and never let his disability stand on his way. After taking Gauteng Sportsman of the Year and representing South Africa at the 2012 London Paralympics, the sprint runner has decided to venture into law full-time and is now living his dream. The African National Congress believes that Samkelo's resilience and overcoming of his life challenges will encourage other people with disabilities to live a positive life. We congratulate him on his latest achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, indeed, change is coming to the places where DA governs. Change that stops corruption and starts delivery. We can see these changes in places where we have been given a mandate to govern. Just this week in Mandela Bay, the new mayor, Trolep, announced that municipalities' contract with Michelin Media will be frozen with immediate effect. The contract was first signed by the ANC-led administration on the 16th of October 2014 and expectedly bears all the hallmarks of irregular contract. The municipality has spent more than 21 million on this contract, some of which allegedly used to pay for political appointments under the ANC-led administration. Apart from freezing the dubious contract, the new DA government has launched a comprehensive investigation into the deal. Unlike the ANC, the DA will not tolerate any wasteful, unnecessary expenditure. We want our people's money to be spent on the people, not on a few connected ANC cadres. Rest assured that with the DA in charge, anyone found guilty of wasting and stealing the people's money will face the full might of the law. Change is indeed here. The change that will stop corruption and deliver better quality services to all. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. ANC applauds South African Police Services for the recovery of 119 illegal firearms and ammunition during the July month in KZN. These firearms recovered between July 3 to 30 included 6 rifles, 5 shotguns, 6 homemade firearms, and 102 pistols. A total of 1,077 live rounds of ammunition were also recovered. ANC encourages communities to work with the police in identifying such criminal elements in our societies. The recovery of these weapons would go a long way in reducing crime and murders in the provinces. ANC is extremely overwhelmed by the recovery of this massive amount of firearms in the hands of criminals. We commend the police for their hard work and smooth arrest of at least 112 suspects for possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition. Firearms are the key drivers of murders and armed robberies. We welcome this good work by the police, and we are convinced it will go a long way in bringing about safety in our province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That concludes member statements. Let's get ministerial responses.
Deputy Speaker, I
Yes,
rise on a point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I just want to bring it to your attention. I count 3 ministers in the House right now. 3 out of 38. And while the truant ministers are not here, and it's often the same ministers that are here, and we want to say thank you to them, the fact of the matter is we cannot hold the executive to account as members of parliament. And this is a direct consequence of the new rules that places members' business at the bottom of the order paper and not at the top where it should be. And ministers are clearly not interested in waiting till the end of the day to actually answer members' statements and respond to them.
What about
And I do strongly believe that the sub-rules committee needs to look at this to see whether or not that the order of business should be reverted back to its original order, where business of the day, members' business, is placed at the beginning of the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, let's get ministerial responses. Honourable Jackson.
No, Chair, we are in full agreement that indeed we will add and continue to add our ministers to be in the House. But again, I think it should not be lost that we also have deputy ministers who are indeed mandated to respond to questions before the House, and indeed they will do so when it is so required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Minister Oliphant.
House Chair.
Yes.
Can I be noted? He didn't stand up on any particular rule, so neither am I. It must be noted that we had ministers here during the voting time, and then they have just disappeared. I don't know where they are. And now when we have to ask or get responses from ministers. They're not here, and you tell us about deputy ministers and we don't see them. They were just here to vote and they're gone. So this is the importance that they give to business of parliament.
Please, wait, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there are two statements that were made, one by the EFF on the collective bargaining on the winery industry. I will appeal to the members that let us wait for the process to be finalized. And if there are challenges, workers knows how we have to intervene. We have the CCMA that is following up on the collective bargaining. But at the same time, Deputy Speaker, I just want to add that the very statement was raised by the PAC last week. But nevertheless, Chair, I have responded to that statement. And secondly, the issue that was raised by Ahang SA on the implementation of the national minimum wage, the member must have an understanding that there are processes that are being discussed at NEDLEC and organized labor through the three federations, that is COSATU, FEDUSA, and NACTU. They participate in those negotiations, and all of the constituencies have agreed that there must be a technical team that have to look at whether there is a possibility of implementation of the proposed figures by the various constituencies in terms of the current socio-economic challenges. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, guided by the legislative provisions, but also by various anti-corruption measures that has been adopted by this ANC-led government, we know for the fact that corruption is not something that is tolerated in our daily practice as public representatives. I must indicate, Deputy Speaker, that we welcome any attempt to fight corruption. But there are two key points that one should clarify here. Firstly, in the report that I presented some few weeks ago in this House, I've indicated that there are cases that have been referred to various law enforcement agencies coming from both the municipality of Tshwane and as well as the municipality of Nelson Mandela, not the new council, the previous council. Now, it shows that there's no new revelation in what is being cited here. This is something that has been done all along, and I will continue to do it. The second issue that I really want to dismiss with the contempt that it deserves is the fact that fighting corruption can't be reduced to a one-party thing. It's a societal effort. Hence, we should not condone a situation where opportunistically fighting corruption is used as a one-party thing. We need all political parties, we need all citizens, we need all municipalities. It's a societal problem and it needs a societal response. Now we will warn against any usage of fighting corruption as an opportunistic trend that will be used to score cheap political gains. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Pando.
Deputy Speaker. Ne ke re ke eme ka gore ke utlwile moemedi o tlotlegang mama a ro batla go utlwa lentswe la ka. Ke a tshepa gore o santse a le teng. Ke batla go netefatsa, Deputy Speaker, gore really mmuso ra itse ka mathata a tsa thuto ko Eastern Cape. Ke batla gore motlotlegi Filtane a utlwe sentle gore le rona ga re itumele ka se re se bonang ko provinceng ya Eastern Cape. Moemedi wa rona tona ya tsa thuto mme Motshega o ntse a bua le o emetseng tsa thuto ko Eastern Cape ba leka go bona gore ba ka mo thusa yang gore a baakanyetse di diregang moo. Ga se so se se itumedisang se re se bonang ko Eastern Cape ka tsa dikolo. Le rona ga ra itumela ka seo re tla baakanya. Sa go aga dikolo ko Limpopo ke so se se itumetsang thata, se itumedisetsang thata ka gore ke so se re batlang gore se dire gore bana ba rona ga ba sekolong ba tsene mo dikolong tse di leng dintle, tse di agilweng sentle, tse di nang le di-laboratory ka gore batla gore le bana ba rona e nne bongaka, bo engineer, ba dire tsotlhe tse ba di eletsang ko dikolong tsa rona. Re itumetse ge ga re bona go agiwa dikolo tse dintle ko Limpopo tse di leng go dira gore bana ba rona ba nne le thuto e ikemetseng, thuto e tla ba thusang gore ba ipone e le batho ba tsholetsang setšhaba sa rona gore bokamoso ba bone bo nne bontle thata. Sa bofelo re dumelana le moemedi wa ANC o buang ka sign language ka gore seo se tshwanetse gore e nne tiro e irwang ke rona ba ditona mme le rona baemedi mo palamente re ire gore mongwe le mongwe le sa utlweng a ipone e le motho wa naga ya rona o re mo tsayang ka motho o itletseng, o ka ikemelang, o thusiwang ke rona rotlhe, mafapha otlhe a rona le palamente e re tse tiriso ya bone ya leleme la sign language gore le yone e tsewa ya ka leleme a maleme a Afrika Borwa.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ke a itumela, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any further ministerial responses? Honorable Kota. Deputy Minister Kota.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just want to respond to the member of the DA who spoke about houses in Winterfeld that they, as Tshwane, they're going to rectify. You know, Amilcar Cabral once said, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. I want to remind the member that Tshwane municipality...
Deputy Speaker, sorry. May I rise on a point of order? What's the point of order? I'd like a ruling from you. The Honourable Member, Minister of Cocta, has already responded to that statement.
No.
Is it permissible under the rules for another minister, or deputy minister in this case, to respond to the same statement that's already been responded to?
Yeah.
Is that permissible?
The deputy minister is the deputy minister of human settlements. It would be difficult for us to prevent her from responding in a way that obviously she's been sitting in the house hearing what's happening.
Deputy Speaker, if I may, thank you. Deputy Speaker, the ruling I'm seeking is whether or not several ministers, or deputy ministers in this case, could respond to the same statement. Or
No.
does the rules limit
No, not several
one
ministers.
minister to one statement?
Yeah, no, not several. She's the first person who's doing that.
The Minister of Cocta responded already to that statement.
Honorable Waters, you articulately called on us as the House to demand ministers and deputy ministers to account to Parliament. She's doing that. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to make the member aware that Tshwane municipality is not a developer. The houses that he's speaking about will be built by the Department of Human Settlement, which a grant comes from human settlements, assigned to the MECs in the provinces, working with the MECs. At no point did we allocate Tshwane as a developer in the Department of Human Settlements, but we will rectify those houses at the National Department because it's our assignment. I thank you.
Any further ministerial responses? That concludes ministerial responses. Honorable member. Where's the team for motions? Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Oh, this is, oh, okay. All right. Honorable members will recall that the new arrangement follow the pattern of the statement. So we will follow that program, that sequence. So the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate the extent to which local beneficiation could be effected in our mineral resources without undermining the unity of our people and their overall participation in all economic activities in the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much.
DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this, in the light of the fact that the Honourable Bongo misled the House yesterday on the 7th of September 2016 by claiming that the DA voted against the appointment of Thuli Madonsela as Public Protector. This House revisits the official minutes of proceedings of the 22nd of September 2009 and requests that the Honourable Bongo retracts his factually incorrect and misleading statement by no later than the last sitting day of the third term, the 13th of September 2016. I thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move that in its next sitting that the House debates the effectiveness of drought intervention programs and ways of ensuring that funding allocated to small-scale farmers reaches its intended beneficiaries. Thank you.
ANC. Wilma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates building an inclusive society and economy to address the factors that still sustain inequalities. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Ngiyathokoza Sekela Somlomo. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice of the House that the House, noting the ongoing student fees crisis in South Africa, debate the need to establish an ad hoc committee in terms of Rule 2531A of the National Assembly Rules to investigate the circumstances of the current crisis, develop appropriate interventions, and devise a funding model geared towards free education in South Africa. I so move. Thank you.
NFP.
Ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo. Hlonishwa Sekela Somlomo ekuhlaleni kwalendlu okulandelayo ngosukuma ngiphakamisa egameni le-NFP ukuba lendlu ibhunge kabanzi ngokwesweleka kwamanzi okuqhubekayo nalesimo esibi silokhu sibhebhetheka ezweni lakithi ikakhulu ezindaweni zasemakhaya lapha abantu sebeshelwe imfula bephuza amanzi angahlanzekile nempilo yabo ibekeka khona engcupheni nalapho imfuyo ifa khona ibe ziginqanwe suku zonke indaweni ezifana naSolundi noNgoma Mtubatuba Ongoye ezingoleni nakwezinye indawo zezwe lakithi ngiyabonga Somlomo.
ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to stabilize the labor environment, improving disputes, resolution, and shop floor relation. I move.
UDM?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House at its next sitting debates the state of access roads in the rural areas, in particular the Umhlonto local municipality in the Eastern Cape. Lack of proper infrastructure and maintenance seriously constrains agricultural production and also access to health facilities by communities. This situation becomes worse on rainy days. I so move.
FF plus. DA.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the South African Football Association's mismanagement of the 2010 FIFA World Cup Legacy Trust Fund. I so move.
EFF.
Sihlalo ngithi njengelunga le-EFF ezophatha ngo-2019 ngithi lendlu ngokulandelayo akayikhulume ngodaba lwamanzi lawa ayinkinga laphayana ophongolo abantu abadla amanzi angcolile ababulawa izilwane kanjalo nalaphaya eNewcastle ku-Ward 15 abantu banenkinga yendle yephampu ephambu kwabo bayagula ngoba kuyimanje ongikhuluma nawe ngenxa yezimali ezithatha zidliwe ngendlela engafanele ifakwe komabala noise no Casper Nyovesta no AKA ngiyacela ikhulunywa lonto ngiyabonga.
ANC.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I move on behalf of the ANC that it is next sitting, the House debates the role played by science and technology infrastructure in benefiting the poor, especially in the rural areas. So I so move.
Cope.
Thank you. I move on behalf of the Congress of the People that this House in its next sitting debates the significance of Section 48 of the Constitution, in particular the meaning of the oath of office. I so move.
ACDP. ANC.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates to what extent are the economic partnership agreements addressing the policy coherence for development, which will improve investments in a pro-poor agro-food sector. I thank you.
AIC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the AIC, I hereby move that this House, on its next sitting, debates the secret torture experienced by detainees in the cells of our police stations, either by inmates or police officers, which sometimes results to the death of some prisoners and leave their families with no choice but to lodge claims against the government, something that takes a lot from the coffers of the state. I so move.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of Arang SA, we hereby move that in the next sitting, we debate the review of our relationship with IMF and World Bank, since it's very clear that it prioritizes Western Europe, not Africa. I so move.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the mobilization of state and non-state capacities to deal with issues of crime in an integrated approach with an active citizen involvement and co-responsibility. I so move.
Thank you. APC. PAC. DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the long-term effect global warming will have on our harbours and appropriate preventative action to be taken to prevent any devastation caused by rising sea levels in harbours and in coastal communities. I so move.
ANC.
Ke a leboga Motlatsa Mmusa Kgotla. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates EU trade agreement provisions dealing with non-tariff trade policy measures not implemented responsibly and flexibly. Poultry and dairy sector could be undermined. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes notices of motion and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.